Chapter 949. The tomb was over 300 meters away from where they were staying. Li Changsheng learned along the way that the haughty young woman was called Shali, the daughter of the Marushan sect master. Despite her young age, her powers were nothing to scoff at. She was well versed in the arts of the Marushan sect, and it was not her first time working with the authorities. The man who was sent flying by Li Changsheng only recovered by then and quickly walked to Shali's side. "I'm sorry, young mistress. I've embarrassed you. Xiaolong, you're already at the pinnacle of internal force, yet he was able to throw you out. What level do you think he is at?" Shali asked. "He's probably at Grandmaster level. While I may have underestimated him, I still wouldn't have been able to take him on even if I were to go all out. A Grandmaster at such a young age. Interesting." Several men in white robes walked over as they were talking. Even Shali showed some respect when she saw those people. She greeted them and asked, "Brothers, how's your exploration going?" It turned out that those people were also disciples of the Marushan sect. While Shali and the other experts were making plans, they were already exploring outside the tomb. "This tomb is very eerie. Even if we were to go in, we'd still be in danger." One of the men who took the lead said, "By the way, Sister Shali, we seem to have heard fighting over there. What's going on?" "It's a newcomer. He was able to send Xiaolong flying, so he should be quite capable. Do you need me to stand up for you?" Brothers were lowered his voice and asked. Shali shook her head and said, "Let's get down to business. He's just a Grandmaster. While he's powerful, he's not worth our attention." Soon, they arrived at the ancient tomb. There was a huge hole in the ground, probably where a walkway had collapsed. Many stones with mysterious runes carved on them were dug out. If we keep digging, we should be able to reach the entrance of the tomb. However, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. We need to determine the cause of the mysterious deaths of those people. Facing this ancient tomb, even someone like Shali, who had special skills, had to be cautious. Actually, it's just that this ancient tomb has been buried underground for too long, and the stones used to build this ancient tomb contain spiritual energy. After tens of thousands of years, that spiritual energy mutated underground and turned into baleful aura. The person who excavated this place inhaled the baleful aura, and that's why he died mysteriously. As for the other half of the stone tablet, I'm afraid it records some things about the owner of the tomb. However, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't make a conclusion." Li Changsheng suddenly said. The transformation of spiritual qi into baleful qi required special geographical conditions. Therefore, Li Changsheng had a conjecture that he did not mention. It was very likely that there was a yin vein under this ancient tomb. To be able to build such an immortal cave, he must not have been an ordinary person in the ancient times. What was he planning to do by burying himself in the yin vein? Relying on the earth-yin meridian to nourish the corpse and live a second life in a different way? Once this ancient tomb is opened, will an old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years be born? Just as Li Changsheng was lost in thought, Liu Hong, who was next to him, listened thoughtfully. "Your theory is quite interesting. Is there any basis for the transformation of spiritual qi into baleful qi?" Without waiting for Li Changsheng to speak, Shali said, "According to the records of my Marushan sect, spiritual qi can be transformed into baleful qi, because in essence, both spiritual qi and baleful qi are a kind of energy between heaven and earth. It's just like how clear water can be turned into dirty water, and dirty water can be turned into clear water. However, the conditions required to transform spiritual qi into baleful qi are quite harsh. Moreover, if this place has the conditions to transform spiritual qi into baleful qi, it's very likely that the ancient tomb has given birth to something extremely ominous. If that kind of thing really exists, then I suggest that we stop excavating this ancient tomb. Because with our strength, once that thing is born, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. It's okay. In this world, the heavenly Tao suppresses power. He has been buried here for tens of thousands of years, and his strongest strength is only at the finger-profound realm. There's no need to be afraid." Li Changsheng said casually. "Haha. Finger-profound realm?" Shali was so angry that she was speechless. "Do you think the finger-profound realm is cabbage on the roadside? And it's only at the finger profound realm. If he's at the finger profound realm, we're dead for sure. The surrounding experts didn't know what the finger profound realm was, and only heard about it in confusion. However, although Shali was afraid of the existence inside, she still commanded the staff to start digging. Li Changsheng's theory of spiritual qi turning into baleful qi was accepted by Shali and the others. Since there was no curse, they weren't as careful as they were at the beginning. As for whether or not this ancient tomb had given birth to some kind of creature, it was only a 1,000th probability. This was an ancient tomb, and there were definitely treasures inside. The reason why Shali and the others went down the mountain was because the officials promised that they could share a portion of the treasures unearthed inside. In this way, as long as they took a small risk, they could obtain very precious treasures inside. It was worth it no matter how they looked at it. With this speed of excavation, they would probably be able to see the real entrance of the ancient tomb in half a day. Li Changsheng sat on a rock at the side. Excavating this kind of work naturally didn't require him to do it personally. There were specialized laborists who came over. Of course, these laborists didn't know about the strangeness of this ancient tomb. Otherwise, even if the officials gave them 10 times the usual salary, they probably wouldn't come. Li Changsheng, when you said that there was a creature inside, what were you referring to? Liu Hong handed Li Changsheng a bottle of water and asked in a low voice. He could also see that Li Changsheng still had some knowledge. At the very least, those arrogant fellows from Marrow Mountain didn't refute Li Changsheng surprisingly. It's that after a person dies, their soul has already completely dissipated between heaven and earth. There is no reincarnation in this world, but many people have found another way to live forever and thought of many ways. For example, some people use a powerful formation to suppress themselves so that their essence won't leak out. In this way, after thousands of years, they will break out of the cocoon, which is equivalent to pressing the pause button on their life. It's the same principle that many people envisioned by freezing a human body for many years and then coming back to life. It's just that technology didn't do it, but they did it with an ancient formation. It's just that this can't be considered longevity. Another way is to find a young life when you're about to die and possess it, transferring your soul into another body. It's just that this method is against the harmony of heaven and earth. Generally, only the devil sect will do it. There is also a very high risk in the process of possession, and the success rate is less than 1%. Even if the possession is successful, if the soul and the new body are not compatible, all kinds of accidents will occur. This method can only be used once. If you want to carry out a second possession, the difficulty will increase by more than 100 times. As far as I know, no one has succeeded in a second possession. There's also something that hasn't been tested yet. It's this kind of person who buries himself in a land of baleful yin after death and relies on baleful yin qi to nourish his body. After countless years, the originally dissipated soul will once again condense in his body and live a second life. It's just that the condensed new soul will no longer have the memories of the previous life. Many people will store the memories of the previous life in another way. When the new soul is completely born, it will absorb the memories of the previous life. In my opinion, this is actually not called living a second life. The new soul just inherits the memories of the previous life, and it is no longer the previous life. Hearing Li Changsheng's explanation, Liu Hong sighed. I didn't expect Changsheng to be so knowledgeable. If you told me this before the recovery of spirit energy, I wouldn't have believed you at all. However, according to what you said, there is no real way to live forever in this world. Of course there is. Chapter 950. When one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, one will be able to draw spirit qi from the world into one's body, changing the level of one's life. Eventually, one will live as long as the heavens, compete with the sun and the moon, and remain immortal despite countless tribulations. That is the true way of immortality. Do people like that really exist? Liu Hong was overwhelmed by emotions as he listened. Life was but a short few decades. Everyone wanted to live forever and enjoy glory. I guess so. Li Changsheng sighed. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. Many people would have considered that to be immortality, but he was the only one who knew that it was not true immortality. However, Even he himself did not know what true immortality was like. Just as the workers below were digging in full swing, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded in the sky. They looked up and saw an eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters circling in the sky. Liu Hong and the other archaeology professors did not think much of it. Strange beasts ran rampant in the depths of the forest, and it was not unusual for a huge eagle to appear. Furthermore, many strange beasts had grown 2 or 3 times their original size after their spirit was awakened. The expressions of the people of the Maroshan sect turned grim right away. Is the god of eagles here? The snow-white eagle descended from the sky as soon as that voice was heard. It flapped its wings like a helicopter, whipping up gusts of wind and causing the vegetation below to sway. There was a middle-aged man sitting on the back of the white eagle. The middle-aged man had long braids, and the decorations on his hair reminded people of those in palace dramas. At that moment, Shali and the others went up to him respectfully and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Bogot, the god of eagles." Bogot leaped from the eagle's back and waved, and the white eagle flapped its wings and took to the sky. He ignored Shali and the others' greetings. "Is that a gerfalcon?" Li Changsheng was unable to help but ask. It was no wonder he had such a question. The gerfalcon was once the totem of the Qing dynasty. It was said that only 1 in 100,000 eagles was born. Emperor Kangxi once praised, saying, "Of the 300 winged insects, there are 60. The most handsome are gerfalcons." If a felon who had committed a crime in the great Qing dynasty could contribute a gerfalcon to the imperial court, they would be spared from death. The gerfalcon that Bogot was riding was even larger than described in the ancient books. Li Changsheng could tell that the strength of the gerfalcon was not inferior to that of a finger-profound realm cultivator. It was no wonder why that person had no regard for the people of the Maroshan sect. Hearing Li Changsheng's question, the other party looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of surprise. "I didn't expect you to know what's good for you at such a young age. However, when you talk to me, remember to bow first. Otherwise, I'll cut off your tongue. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. Do you still think of yourself as the Iron Hat King?" Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Looking at the other party's attire, he could guess that the other party was a descendant of the Qing dynasty's royal family. "What did you say?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Li Changsheng. Even the surrounding people instantly felt the temperature drop to freezing point. On the other side, Shali and the others smirked coldly. "That idiot dares to offend Bogot, the god of eagles of Liaodong. Let's see how he's going to survive this time." Bogot's spirit force surged and he had a scimitar at his waist. He had already reached out and grabbed the hilt of the scimitar. Clearly, he wanted to cut this reckless youth who dared to talk back to him in half. At that moment, whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. A white-robed figure was seen standing on a sword, circling in the air. The gerfalcon let out a cautious screech before landing right away. It was Zhong Lingtu, the sword saint. "Uncle Zhong is here." The people of the Maroshan sect looked delighted when they saw the white-robed man. "Greetings, Uncle Zhong." Shali went up and bowed with a smile. "You're here to explore the tomb as well, my dear niece?" "Indeed, Uncle Zhong. We of the Maroshan sect have always taken it upon ourselves to subjugate monsters and demons." At that moment, Bogot, who had intended to make a move on Li Changsheng, had his expression changed several times as he stared at the white-robed man warily. "What are you doing here, Zhong Lingtu? Ha ha ha. If you're here, why can't I be? What's the matter? You're holding the hilt of your sword. Are you going to fight me?" Zhong Lingtu casually waved his hand and a translucent sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura pulsed and emanated a murderous aura. "You think I'm afraid of you, Zhong Lingtu? Of course you're not afraid of me. But if I were to make a move, I'm afraid that gerfalcon of yours would die." Bogot's expression turned grim when he heard what Zhong Lingtu said. He once had 2 gerfalcons as mounts, and they clashed with Zhong Lingtu. The 2 of them fought, and Zhong Lingtu took the opportunity to kill one of the gerfalcons. It was worth noting that a swordsman like Zhong Lingtu could come and go without a trace. While Bogot's powers were on par with Zhong Lingtu's, There was no way he would have been able to protect his spirit beast. Zhonglingtu, I'll avenge that gerfalcon of mine sooner or later. After saying that, he let go of the sword in his hand and stopped looking for trouble with Li Changsheng. He no longer had the time to deal with a nobody like Li Changsheng. If it weren't for my Uncle Zhong, you'd be dead by now. You could say that you've narrowly escaped death. Shi said coldly to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng only pursed his lips and said, the one who's narrowly escaped death should be this guy with a long braid. Liu Hong and the other experts widened their eyes at this moment. Although they knew that cultivators existed during the Spirit Qi revival, berserkers were at most stronger than ordinary martial artists in terms of physical fitness. However, this was the first time they saw someone flying around in the sky like Bogot and Zhonglingtu. One could imagine the impact it had on their hearts. Uncle Zhong, since you're here, we don't have to be afraid of anyone anymore. Shi went over and hugged Zhonglingtu's arm coquettishly. That Zhonglingtu looked to be in his 30s, but he was actually close to 100 years old. He was a lone cultivator without a master. He was a close friend of Shenanguang, the sect master of the Maroshan sect. That was why Shi kept referring to him as Uncle Zhong. News of the tomb has spread, and I'm afraid many formidable fighters will come. Shi, I know that you're here to get the treasures inside, but let me give you a piece of advice. You're only allowed to take a look at what's inside the tomb. Don't try to take it for yourself. Even I won't be able to protect you otherwise. Zhonglingtu spoke very seriously. Shi's face was filled with shock. She was well aware of Zhonglingtu's strength. Who knew how many finger-profound realm experts had fallen at his hands? To be able to make Zhonglingtu say such words, one could imagine how many experts had been alarmed by the ancient tomb this time. At that moment, Li Changsheng's eyes were looking outside the forest. In his senses, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place. Looks like things are about to get interesting. Li Changsheng mumbled to himself. Chapter 951. What a powerful aura. Several figures quickly rushed over, each of them emanating an unusual aura. Some of them were comparable to Zhonglingtu and Bogot. There were over a dozen of them, and each of them emanated a terrifying aura. Some of them emanated ghostly aura, while others emanated sword aura. There were even some who were able to affect the spirit qi around them with a single move. To put it bluntly, half of the top-notch cultivators in the world of cultivators were probably no match for those people. Shi finally understood why Zhonglingtu had warned her before. Regardless of how powerful Zhonglingtu was, there was no way he would be able to protect her when there were so many of them around. The excavators stopped what they were doing at that moment, retreating to the side with fearful looks on their faces. They were just common folk, and they had never seen such a large group of people. There's bound to be some incredible treasure in that tomb. It's just that we don't know how to distribute it with so many people around. Bogot said casually. Everyone wanted to get their hands on whatever was inside, but there was no doubt that if there were to be an uneven distribution with so many of them around, there would be a huge conflict. While everyone was discussing, Li Changsheng had already made his way to the great tomb. He had no time to waste with those people. Since the excavators had stopped, he decided to open the tomb himself. Li Changsheng attracted the attention of many as soon as he walked out. Who was that guy? How bold of him to step out at a time like this. Did he have a death wish? Liu Hong's face turned pale from fear. However, he dared not warn Li Changsheng in front of so many people. Shi and the others on the other side smirked coldly, thinking to themselves, you won't die if you don't have a death wish. There are so many big shots around, yet you're just a kid. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even Zhonglingtu frowned at that. Bogot, the god of eagles, who had been very displeased with Li Changsheng back then, snorted coldly and gripped the hilt of his blade. Shi, is he a disciple of the Maroshan sect as well? Zhonglingtu could not help but look at Shi, who was beside him. Other than the excavators, there were only disciples of the Maroshan sect present. Li Changsheng did not look like an archaeologist. Shi shook her head and said, he has nothing to do with the Maroshan sect. Good. Zhonglingtu nodded. Even if you're related, you have to distance yourself from it in time to avoid being implicated. At this moment, Boggart had already unsheathed his scimitar. At this moment, Li Changsheng abruptly waved his palm and slammed it into the crater below. Rumble. His palm energy raged. In an instant, a hole was pierced through the ground. When the dust settled, there was a black fog lingering in the cave. At this moment, Boggart, who had drawn his saber halfway, had a stiff expression. He sensed the terrifying power in Li Changsheng's palm strike, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Thinking about how Li Changsheng had been fearless from the beginning to the end, he began to hesitate whether or not he should make a move. At this moment, Li Changsheng slowly turned around and looked at Boggart. "You wanted to kill me just now. Sir, I think this is a misunderstanding." Boggart thought about it and felt that it was better not to complicate matters. As he spoke, he put the half-drawn saber back into the scabbard. But Li Changsheng shook his head. "You already wanted to kill me, so you should draw your saber." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Boggart said seriously, "Are you sure?" At the same time, anger rose in his heart. "If I draw my saber, it must drink blood. I'm afraid you'll drink your own blood. You're courting death." This time, Boggart drew his scimitar without hesitation, and it turned into a cold light and slashed at Li Changsheng. But when that sharp saber light descended in front of Li Changsheng easily extended 2 fingers and clamped the blade. At the same time, with a snap of his fingers, that treasured saber made of outer space black iron broke into 2 pieces. One of the pieces was flung by Li Changsheng, and it turned into a cold light and instantly pierced through Boggart's chest. Immediately after, Boggart's body was split into 2 halves from his chest. Such a powerhouse at the peak of the profound finger realm was killed just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Boggart lived in the Changbai Mountains and was worshipped like a god in the Liaodong region. Even the superpowers that appeared after the Spirit Qi revival were not willing to provoke him. Zhong Lingtu was the only one who had clashed with him once. Zhong Lingtu had gained the upper hand and killed one of his gerfalcons, but he had paid a heavy price for it. Such a notorious figure was now easily killed. How could people not feel a chill in their hearts? Chirp! There was a sharp cry of an eagle. When the white gerfalcons saw their master die, they flapped their wings and swooped down from the sky. Their claws seemed to be cast from silver and were full of fierceness. They directly grabbed at Li Changsheng's head. This gerfalcons were at the profound finger realm. At this moment, when they swooped down angrily, the wind they brought with them made people who were not strong enough to sway. However, when it got close to Li Changsheng's head, Li Changsheng reached out his hand and grabbed the eagle's claws, instantly flinging it away. The gerfalcons wanted to fly again, but Li Changsheng raised his hand and pressed down with a giant hand seal. Immediately, the gerfalcons were suppressed and unable to move. Many people showed pity in their eyes. Even Boggart had been killed by Li Changsheng so easily. Although this gerfalcons were strong, they would not be able to escape the fate of death. However, Li Changsheng did not kill it right away. Although Li Changsheng was strong enough to capture many spirit beasts in the universe that were stronger than gerfalcons, he had always wanted to capture one. However, he had been hoping to catch a gerfalcon for a long time, especially one that was so big that it was probably the king of the gerfalcons. "Submit, or die," Li Changsheng said coldly. The gerfalcon's eyes were full of hatred. After reaching the profound finger realm, gerfalcons were no less intelligent than humans. Li Changsheng could read the gerfalcon's eyes and could not help but sigh. The giant hand seal dissipated, and the gerfalcons flapped their wings and flew into the sky. After the gerfalcons flew up, they did not run away. Instead, they swooped down again. This time, however, it did not attack Li Changsheng. Instead, it slammed its head into the ground without hesitation. Boom! The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Then, the gerfalcon's head was smashed into pieces. It knew that it was no match for Li Changsheng, so it could not avenge its master. Therefore, it chose to kill itself. At this moment, Li Changsheng had lived for countless years and was used to seeing all kinds of things in the world. At this moment, he could not help but be shocked. The people around him were silent. Spirit beasts could not speak, but their emotions were purer. Chapter 952. Li Changsheng was saddened by Hai Dongqing's death for a bit before he calmed himself down and began walking toward the entrance of the tomb. Zhong Lingtu and the other mighty ones began walking as well when Li Changsheng got close. It was apparent that they intended to explore the tomb together. Li Changsheng stopped right there and turned around. "This has nothing to do with any of you. Get lost." The mighty ones' faces turned red as soon as he said that. They were all renowned figures in the world of cultivators, and no one had ever dared to speak to them with such an attitude. However, with what happened to Boggart as an example, none of them dared to say a word when faced with Li Changsheng's cold glare. "Aren't you being a little too overbearing?" Shi whispered at that moment. She was still unable to react to Li Changsheng's sudden change in status. She knew that Li Changsheng had displayed extremely powerful powers, but she still subconsciously thought of Li Changsheng as Liu Hong's personal assistant. As such, she was unable to help herself from speaking up. Zhong Lingtu's expression changed drastically as soon as Shi spoke. He quickly whispered, "Shi, apologize to him right now." However, Shi snorted coldly and said, "Why should I? I'm the young lady of the Maroshan sect. I'm in no way inferior to him. Why should I apologize to him? Besides, I'm telling the truth." Zhong Lingtu broke out in cold sweat when he heard that. A mighty one like Li Changsheng would have been able to reduce a finger-profound realm being like him to dust with a wave of his hand. Shi had been spoiled rotten at the Maroshan sect since she was young. She had no sense of propriety and no sense of propriety. She had a death wish. Li Changsheng lifted his head and glared at Shi coldly. However, he did not bother arguing with her and continued walking toward the tomb. However, Shi was infuriated by Li Changsheng's disregard for her. She shouted, "Stop right there. You haven't answered my question yet." Li Changsheng stopped again, but this time, he raised his hand and lashed out. A transparent palm print spanned over a dozen meters and landed on Shi's face. Smack! Shi's entire body spun in the air for 7 or 8 meters before falling to the ground. "If you dare to say another word, I'll take your life," Li Changsheng said coldly. Shi covered her cheek and got up from the ground. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, but this time, she didn't dare to say anything. When Li Changsheng attacked her, she felt how big the gap between the two of them was. Seeing that Shi did not dare to say anything more, Li Changsheng coldly snorted and turned to continue walking into the tomb. However, just as he took a step forward, there was a rumbling sound and the ground shook. Then, a black smoke surged out from the tomb and a figure flew out from the tomb. The moment he stood there, the faces of many of the experts present changed. The existence in this tomb has such a terrifying aura. He has definitely reached the Earth Celestial stage. Everyone was talking about it. The man who came out of the tomb gave off a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Although that young man is powerful, the existence in the tomb should have reached the Earth Celestial stage. In an era where Earth Celestials don't appear, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. A middle-aged man with a ghastly aura said. Zhong Lingtu shook his head. If anyone else encountered this thing, they would definitely die. But he is different. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the most powerful man in the world who killed Ji Liushui not long ago, Li Changsheng. When the 3 words Li Changsheng were uttered, many of the experts present trembled. Li Changsheng was too famous. He killed Ji Liushui, who had reached the Earth Celestial stage and was invincible. No wonder Boggart couldn't even withstand one attack from him. After knowing Li Changsheng's identity, everyone understood why Boggart died. "I guessed right. I didn't expect you to live a second life." Li Changsheng's expression didn't change much. Earth Celestials were just ants in his eyes. The man, however, gave a terrifying smile and took a step forward. Suddenly, a pressure as heavy as a mountain whizzed toward him. Everyone who knew Li Changsheng's identity thought he could defeat this monster. But now, their faces darkened again. "We forgot one thing. Although this monster's cultivation level isn't high enough, he could have been a top powerhouse in his previous life. He didn't use any true core when he stomped down just now. I'm afraid his body is equivalent to a true celestial." A true celestial. That's a realm that only exists in legends. Those who were optimistic about Li Changsheng started to worry about Li Changsheng. Of course, it wasn't that they were worried about Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng could stop this monster, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, then everyone here would die. So you're a true celestial. But a true celestial's body combined with an earth celestial's dharma power is equivalent to a half-step true celestial at most. Seeing that it's not easy for you to live a second life, you should leave. Li Changsheng's words made everyone's eyes widen. No one expected Li Changsheng to be so confident. This was a half-step true celestial. An earth celestial was already very impressive. A true celestial was already a myth. Finally, the man who had been silent all this time spoke in a hoarse and ear-piercing voice. A cultivator who isn't even an earth celestial dares to destroy my tomb door. I haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. Every inch of a finger-profound realm cultivator's flesh has been nourished by spirit chi. It's the most delicious. The man licked his lips. You want to eat me? Me. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was not weaker than the man's at all. This Li Changsheng was able to kill Ji Liu Shui, who was an earth celestial. I'm afraid he's also in contact with the Dao integration realm. He might be able to fight this monster. Zhong Lingtu said. It's best if they fight to the death. It's best if both of them are severely injured and dead. Shi Li mumbled in a voice that even she could not hear clearly. The surrounding people all looked hopeful. But in the next second, their faces turned ugly again. The ground shook, and another figure flew out from the ancient tomb. It was the same figure as the previous one. His hair was disheveled, and he held a long saber in his hand. Kid, you're very strong. Even I feel a sense of danger. But you're destined to be my food. The man who had just appeared said in a hoarse voice. The one who had just appeared was on par with him. They were equivalent to two half-step true celestials. But this was not the end. A third, a fourth. In a burst of black fog, a total of 8 people walked out of the tomb. Each of them had the strength of an earth celestial and the body of a true celestial. This time, everyone felt despair. Even Li Changsheng's face was filled with surprise. 8 true celestial powerhouses had lived a second life in the same tomb, and all of them had succeeded. It seems that the yin vein under the tomb is extraordinary. Chapter 953. Half-step true immortal realm. What did that mean? It meant that every single one of them was almost invincible, yet there were 8 of them. As the 8 of them appeared, the workers, who were originally trembling at the side, were all scared out of their wits. They ran away as fast as they could. They were too weak, and no one would pay them any mind. Liu Hong did not leave. There were actually people living a second life in the ancient tomb, just like how Li Changsheng told him about the way to immortality. His eyes were burning. If he could study one of the 8 of them, it might be a great contribution to human life technology. It had to be said that his idea was almost crazy. Those were half-step true immortals after all. Shi Li and the other Marushan disciples did not leave. They were unable to fight against such powerful people. However, seeing how calm those people were, they did not seem like bloodthirsty monsters, which meant that they probably would not kill innocent people. The 8 of you were buried in the tomb together to live a second life. However, even if the 8 of you have memories of your past, are you still the same people you used to be? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. That was equivalent to copying a piece of paper full of words onto another piece of paper. However, even if the new piece of paper had the contents of the previous piece of paper, it was still a different piece of paper. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the 8 of them, who had been expressionless since they appeared, were obviously emotional. Indeed, they had the memories of their past lives when they were born. However, they were new lives. Were they really from their past lives? It doesn't matter if we are from our past lives or not. You broke into our resting place, and you deserve to die. The man who came out first said coldly. Also, let me correct you. The 8 of us are not buried in the same tomb. There are 10 of us. The 10 of us became the 10 divine generals of the ancient divine dynasty. It is a pity that my other 2 brothers were unable to live a second life. Which era was the ancient divine dynasty? Li Changsheng was rather surprised. It was obvious that those people seemed to be older than he thought. In the ancient heavenly court, we are the 10 great star generals. I am the greedy wolf. They are the Dub, Merak, Fekta, Megrez, Aliath, Mizar, and Alkaid. The ravenous wolf destroyer 7 slaughters was the southern Dipper constellation, while the Dub Merak 7 stars was the northern Dipper constellation. It seems like your status in the ancient heavenly court isn't low. I wonder if anyone else in the ancient heavenly court has lived a second life. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's question, Tan Lang shook his head. I don't know either. We don't even know the specifics of the ancient heavenly court. All we have are fragmented memories. Hearing Kang Lang's words, Li Changsheng immediately understood. Although the method of borrowing the baleful yin vein to live a second life was brilliant, the newly born soul could not bear too many memories. Perhaps the master's previous life only kept the memories that he thought were important. It's not easy for you to live a second life. As long as you promise not to harm any living beings, I can let you go. Li Changsheng said. Tan Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, seeing that you're about to become my food, I took pity on you and said a few more words to you. Do you really think that with your little strength, you're a match for us brothers? At the same time, Zhong Lingtu and the other Finger Profound Realm experts felt a sense of danger. Obviously, not only did this group of people treat Li Changsheng as food, they also didn't plan to let these Finger Profound Realm experts go. After all, the bodies of Finger Profound Realm experts were also nourished by spirit energy. As for the weak people like Shali, they were directly ignored by them. Obviously, they didn't even have the right to be food. Many Finger Profound Realm experts were trembling with fear at this moment. They knew that these 8 people were definitely not joking. They used the baleful yin ground to nourish their corpses and lived a second life. Although they had given birth to a soul, they were already different from ordinary people. They were tainted with some corpse characteristics, so it wasn't strange that they liked to eat people. What should we do? Should we fight these 8 people together with Li Changsheng? With our strength, even if we join forces, we won't be able to withstand a slap from them. Looks like we can only count on Li Changsheng. No matter how strong Li Changsheng is, he can't defeat 8 half-step true immortals. Zhong Lingtu and the others discussed in a low voice. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already laughed out loud. I thought that it wasn't easy for you to live a second life, so I wanted to give you a way out. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill the 8 of you today. I'll let you know that you have to pay the price for having ideas about me. Haha. You're really arrogant. Tan Lang sneered. Why waste your breath on him? Let's kill him and use him as a sacrifice to our 5 Viscera Temple. Tian Shu licked his lips as a bright red light flashed in his eyes. I can't hold it in anymore. The aura of Divine General Tian Shu rose as he raised his hand and attacked Li Changsheng. A terrifying pressure immediately filled the area. Too terrifying. Zhong Lingtu and the others quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shockwaves of the battle. However, they didn't dare to run away because the aura was still locked onto them. If anyone wanted to escape, they would be the first to be attacked. Marshal Uncle Zhong, do you think Li Changsheng has a chance to win? Shali looked at Zhong Lingtu quietly. If he loses, we'll definitely die. Of course, you guys should be fine. Zhong Lingtu couldn't help but sigh. For the first time in his life, he felt that being weak was a good thing. At this moment, Divine General Tian Shu's attack was already in front of Li Changsheng. The terrifying aura completely surrounded Li Changsheng. However, the moment his opponent attacked, Li Changsheng suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The aura that had been locked onto him was instantly broken. At the same time, an aura spread out from his body like a raging tide. He easily dispelled the Fekta Divine General's attack. How is this possible? Not only Divine General Tian Shu, but the others' faces also turned ugly. Take this. Tan Lang attacked as well. His palm grew to about 100 feet and crushed down on Li Changsheng. Azure Dragon Claws. Although his opponent was only in the Earth Immortal realm, he had the body of a true immortal. Even a cultivator at the Earth Celestial stage would be easily killed by this move. The other divine General Tian Shu swung the saber in his hand. The saber light was like a crescent moon and like a wave, flashing with a cold light. Boom! Divine General Tian Shu attacked again. He punched out, forming a transparent fist force that whistled like a high-speed train. The three divine generals attacked together. Obviously, they could tell that Li Changsheng was the most difficult one to deal with and wanted to finish him off first. The three of them attacked from three directions. It could be said that such an attack was infinitely close to the true immortal realm. Even an earth immortal like Ji Liu Shui would die easily. However, their opponent was Li Changsheng. Chapter 954. The three half-step true immortals attacked at the same time, enveloping Li Changsheng. That powerful aura almost instantly pushed down the surrounding trees. This was only the aftermath of the battle. This greedy wolf should be the strongest among the eight. His fist force rolled up countless leaves on the ground like an angry dragon. Shi Li and the others, who were standing more than 20 meters away, spat out blood under this terrifying force. Their faces were full of shock. Is this the power of a true immortal? We are known as the top powerhouses on Earth, but compared to such power, we are not even worth mentioning. Sword immortal Zhong Lingtu had always been known for his powerful attacks. He was also very arrogant, but at this moment, he was deeply affected. The other powerhouses also looked terrible. No matter how much they hated Li Changsheng before, they were all silently praying that Li Changsheng would win. Because if Li Changsheng lost, the ones who would have to face such attacks would be them. Tan Lang let out a howl. They were the divine generals of the ancient divine dynasty. Ever since their new divine consciousness was born, they had been sleeping in this tomb for tens of thousands of years. Although they now had human thoughts, they were still corpses. The flesh and blood filled with spirit qi was extremely attractive to them. Li Changsheng will not be able to escape from such an attack. The finger-profound realm powerhouses secretly channeled their true qi, ready to escape at any time. However, no one was sure if they could successfully escape. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally made his move. He raised his hand and took out the cold light sword. With a slash, the silver sword light was like lightning, slashing on the big hand first. Whoosh! It directly cut the big hand in half and crushed it. At the same time, he used his fist to meet Divine General Tianshu's big blade. When the sharp blade light hit the fist, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Then, Li Changsheng's fist directly shattered. In the end, he turned a blind eye to Tan Lang's fist and let it hit his body. Boom! The ground trembled, but Li Changsheng's body did not move at all under the force of the fist. The attacks of the three powerhouses were easily broken by Li Changsheng. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with shock. Even Divine General Tan Lang, who was full of confidence at the beginning, had a serious expression. Whoosh! Sky pivot slashed out again. This time, the blade light was dozens of feet long, and it sounded like thunder in the void. You don't know what's good for you. Faced with such an attack, Li Changsheng once again threw out a punch to meet the blade aura. Like a waterfall crashing into a mountain rock, it exploded with a bang. The moment the energy blade exploded, a large hand pierced through the layers of energy and landed on the chest of the Fector god Descent. In the next second, the divine General Tianshu's body was sent flying. Pearls. Li Changsheng at this moment, everyone was shocked. Li Changsheng stood motionless at his original spot, casually breaking through their attacks and even injuring Divine General Tianshu. Could it be that Li Changsheng had also stepped into the true immortal stage? Otherwise, how could he have so casually broken through their attacks? The finger-profound state overlords, who were ready to run at any time, were excited at this moment. The divine generals, who thought they had the situation under control, became serious. Divine General Tianshu, especially, was sent flying by Li Changsheng. There were many cracks on his body, but because their body structure was different from normal people, there was no blood. Instead, there was a black substance with a foul smell. I didn't expect an expert like you to be born when the spirit qi of heaven and earth has dried up. Tan Lang said with a hoarse voice. We are willing to listen to you and not hurt the innocent. How about we stop now? Li Changsheng only snickered. I tried to persuade you out of kindness, But you didn't listen. Now that you have seen my strength, you want to stop fighting? How can there be such a good thing? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm, and a mighty sword will was emitted from his body. A sword domain of 10 meters appeared and condensed continuously. Spiritual chi from all directions converged into the sword light, and the sound of a sword humming could be heard. Li Changsheng stood in the sword realm like a god. Let's attack together. Tan Lang felt the power of the sword light and said loudly. The 8 half-step perfected immortals surged. Their combined strength was no less than the 3 perfected immortals of the Tianju starfield. Li Changsheng didn't use the Tianju sword because he wanted to see if he could kill these people without relying on the power of the Dharma artifact. The sword realm was still condensing and the power was getting stronger as if it was endless. Tan Lang and the others couldn't help but attack. Tan Lang was the first to rush over. His body turned into a phantom in the air and his fist became the size of a mountain, smashing down on Li Changsheng. When the fist fell, the void began to collapse. The turbulent energy was like a river that broke the dam, roaring down. Such power definitely had the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. 7 Kill Fist. This was a fist technique that Tan Lang and his 2 brothers, Pajuan and 7 Kill, created together. It was famous in ancient times. Boom! Tian Shu, who was injured by Li Changsheng, also swung his saber light. This time, the saber light became 1,000 feet long. It was obvious that he was going all out. Before it fell, the turbulent saber chi shattered the space. The other 6 people also used their own methods. Some people's palms were like white clouds. They were light but contained endless mysteries. Some people's sword light was dazzling like silver snakes dancing with hidden killing intent. 8 figures surrounded Li Changsheng with 8 different attacking methods. The people present couldn't see Li Changsheng's figure at all. They were completely drowned by the turbulent energy. These people were very smart. As soon as they saw that Li Changsheng was not easy to deal with, they each attacked with all their might. In the face of this destructive attack, Li Changsheng's hand didn't move at all. Hualala! The sword light raged. It surrounded Li Changsheng. Bang! 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 Tan Lang's fist was the first to fall. It was as if Mars had crashed into Earth. However, when the terrifying fist was 3 feet away from Li Changsheng, it couldn't go any further. Instead, it was crushed by the surging sword chi. Tian Shu's saber light was destroyed directly. A few cracks appeared on the saber. The remaining people's attacks came one after another. Unfortunately, they couldn't shake Li Changsheng's sword realm. Li Changsheng stood in the sword realm like a sword immortal. He was invulnerable. When he blocked the enemy's attack, he didn't forget to slash out a sword light. It left a shocking wound on Divine General Fector's chest. Fector immediately took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. When the surrounding people saw this, they all widened their eyes in shock. Li Changsheng was in an invincible position when facing the combined attacks of 8 experts who were half a step to the finger-profound realm. He was also unharmed. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. What realm is he at? Zhong Lingtu and the others were all guessing. They finally understood why Li Changsheng looked at them with disdain. It turned out that the gap between them and Li Changsheng was so huge. It was like heaven and earth. Chapter 955. What a pity, Li Changsheng sighed. After all, he hadn't reached the Earth celestial stage and couldn't control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on a large scale. Otherwise, he could kill 8 half-step genuine immortals with his sword principle. Without reaching the Earth celestial stage, it was difficult to break through the limitations of the body. Fector, who had been sent flying by Li Changsheng, looked at Li Changsheng with fear in his eyes. According to their senses, Li Changsheng hadn't broken through to the Earth celestial stage. Even though the 8 of them joined forces, one of them was still injured by Li Changsheng. If it was a one-on-one battle, none of them would be able to withstand a single strike from Li Changsheng. There is such a person in the Age of Doom. What should we do? They all looked at Tan Lang. In ancient times, Tan Lang had a higher status than the 7 Big Dipper brothers. Now, they followed Tan Lang's lead. Let's try again. This time, We can definitely kill him, Tan Lang shouted. After saying that, the 7 brothers, Dub, Fekta, and Megrez, stood in a special position and merged their auras into one, forming a formation. The ancient divine dynasty could combine the power of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses with a combined attack formation. That was why they could conquer the ancient times and dominate the world. When the 7 of them formed the formation, their strength soared more than 10 times. Their strength was equivalent to that of 5-finger profound realm experts. This formation is quite unique, Yi Futian murmured. Li Changsheng hesitated for a moment and didn't use the Tian-Du sword. These people could be his whetstones. Although Li Changsheng treated them as whetstones, he didn't underestimate them at all. After all, their strength was equivalent to that of 5-finger profound realm experts, which was extraordinary. Li Changsheng didn't rush to attack. Instead, he waited for their aura to reach its peak before he took out the cold light sword and slashed. Whoosh! This sword wasn't as bright as before. Instead, it was somewhat ordinary. The sword chi whizzed out. Li Changsheng seemed to have merged with the whole world and returned to his original state. Eat my blade! The Tianshu divine general slashed out with his saber. Saber light surged and collided with Li Changsheng's cold light sword, causing Li Changsheng's cold light sword to ripple. As for Li Changsheng himself, he had to take 3 steps back. On the other side, the 7 people who formed the formation took a step back almost at the same time. It looked like Li Changsheng was at a disadvantage, but the 7 people were all shocked. One must know that the combined strength of the 7 of them was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Once such a formation was set up, even in ancient times, there were very few people who could withstand it. Li Changsheng had forced them to retreat by himself. This was already extremely terrifying. Where did this young man come from? How can he have such terrifying combat strength? Just as they were bewildered, Li Changsheng once again slashed out with his sword. Rumble! Rumble! This time, it was different from before. The sword light soared into the sky and then slashed down with a rumble. Under the sword light, the formation set up by the 7 people was constantly being destroyed. The 7 people's legs sank into the ground at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. Under this sword, they were completely suppressed and could not gain the upper hand. What terrifying power! Zhong Lingtu and the others were completely dumbfounded. Let me give you a hand. Tan Lang joined the 7 people and did not hesitate to burn his secret technique. Only then did he barely manage to extinguish Li Changsheng's sword light. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, boom! The sword light in Li Changsheng's hand condensed again, and it was even more spectacular than before. The killing intent on the sword light was constantly being emitted. The terrifying aura was enough to split a planet in half. Li Changsheng bit his finger and wrote a series of talismans on the cold light sword. When he infused his blood into the cold light sword, the sword light instantly doubled in size and slashed down. Dodge! Zhong Lingtu and the others turned pale with fright as they ran for their lives. Under the sword light, the formation was instantly destroyed. The 7 people who set up the formation were sent flying and exploded into clouds of black mist in the sky. Tan Lang was only left with half of his body. However, he was still alive and his eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, Li Changsheng's body swayed slightly. After all, he was facing 5-finger profound realm cultivators. However, he smiled. Even without the Tian-Du sword, he could fight against 5 true immortals. With the Tian-Du sword, even golden immortals would not be a problem. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, one day, I'll get back at you. Tan Lang took a step forward and turned into a ray of black light. He chose to escape. The yin vein under the ancient tomb was very beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, in the past 10,000 years, even after the birth of their divine souls, they still endured the loneliness and stayed here in order to constantly strengthen themselves. If not for Li Changsheng being so terrifying, he would not have left this place. However, would he be able to escape? Li Changsheng stomped his foot and flew into the air. Then, he threw a punch forward. Bang! The black light that was flying away was suddenly hit by the punch. Then, it screamed and exploded on the spot. At this point, the 8 monsters that were born from the ancient tomb had all fallen in the hands of Li Changsheng. The group of finger-profound realm cultivators in the distance were all stunned. 8 half-step true immortals. How terrifying was that? Li Changsheng's title of invincible was well deserved. While Li Changsheng was fighting the 8 finger-profound realm cultivators, a few hundred miles away, a few people in military uniforms were staring at a big screen. The big screen accurately recorded the entire process of the battle. Now that the spirit chi had recovered, the government had established the Berserker Group and the mysterious Dragon Group to monitor the world. Since Zhong Lingtu and the others had gathered in the forest, the members of the Dragon Group had started using high-tech methods to monitor the area. So this is Li Changsheng. What terrifying strength! The middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. Fortunately, Chen Xueming roped him in and made him the chief instructor of the Berserker Group. Otherwise, with such a dangerous person around, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chen Xueming was in charge of the Berserker Group, while the middle-aged man was in charge of the Dragon Group. He was known as the Dragon General and was a well-known big shot in the government. Send this video to the higher-ups immediately. This Li Changsheng must be roped in. I heard that he left behind a Taoist orthodoxy called the Verdant sect. We can also reach an agreement with the Verdant sect. Those Taoist sects are not good people. But this Li Changsheng, judging from his behavior, seems like a patriot. With the Dragon General's command, the relationship between the Verdant sect and the government was constantly being pulled closer. At the same time, the news of Li Changsheng killing 8 half-step true immortals spread through the Dragon Group and spread to the various cultivation sects. This could not be helped. Many of the members of the Dragon Group were disciples from various cultivation sects. Although these people were loyal to the Dragon General, they also had deep feelings for their sects. With such a terrifying person like Li Changsheng, they naturally had to remind their sects. Just as the world was shocked by Li Changsheng's terrifying combat strength, Li Changsheng had already stepped into the tomb. He was secretly anticipating what kind of surprise the Yin Meridian below would give him. Chapter 956. Just as Li Changsheng entered the tomb, a sense of danger rose in his heart. A sharp gust of wind blew, and a black thing attacked his head. He hurriedly dodged to the side and saw a halberd smashing into the stone wall beside him. Then, Li Changsheng saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him. It was a general dressed in black armor. He pulled out the halberd and rushed towards Li Changsheng. Could it be that other than those 8 monsters, there are others who have lived a second life? That greed is lying to me. As Li Changsheng's thoughts raced, he quickly retreated. He discovered that the aura of this black-armored general was even stronger than those 8 people. He was probably about to break through to the celestial immortal realm in his previous life. However, he didn't seem to have any thoughts, only instinct. At the same time, Li Changsheng understood that greed said that a total of 10 people entered the tomb, and in the end, only 8 of them successfully lived to the next life. This should be one of greed's 2 brothers, defeating armies, or Qi Sha. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The halberd in his hands had the power to split mountains, but after confirming that he didn't have a soul, Li Changsheng no longer took him seriously. Because the other party's move was completely instinctive, just as Li Changsheng was about to take out the cold light sword to kill him, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that the other party seemed to be waving the halberd in a set of martial skills. This set of basic movements, if used with quintessential essence, the power would be hundreds of times greater. The sense of danger just now came from this set of martial skills, so Li Changsheng was not in a hurry to make a move on him. He just kept dodging. Seeing the other party demonstrate this set of martial skills over and over again, he finally familiarized himself with it and suddenly punched out. It smashed onto the halberd, and the halberd was directly sent flying. The black-armored general was also forced back a few steps by Li Changsheng's punch. Ayo! He let out an angry sound. Although he did not successfully give birth to a divine sense, he had become another kind of existence. He opened his mouth and tried to bite Li Changsheng. How disgusting! Li Changsheng lifted his leg and sent him flying with a kick. Then, he pulled out the sky pisser that was stuck in the stone wall and hacked at his body. Crack! The black-armored general was split into two halves, and a foul stench wafted out. After killing the black-armored general, Li Changsheng continued forward with his halberd. Since the other party did not live a second life and became such a strange existence, it was very likely that the other person had also become such an existence. Sure enough, after taking a few steps, a sword light attacked Li Changsheng. This time around, Li Changsheng was prepared. He slashed out with his halberd, chopping off one of his opponent's arms. The monster did not feel any pain despite having its arm broken. It continued to charge at Li Changsheng with its claws and fangs bared. Li Changsheng brandished his sky pisser and chopped him into two halves. Originally, Li Changsheng wanted to pick up the sword, but he discovered that the sword had actually been smashed in half by him. This caused Li Changsheng to be somewhat surprised in his heart. They were both divine generals of the ancient divine dynasty. The level of their weapons should be about the same, but the sky pisser was much stronger than the sword. What's going on? At this time, Li Changsheng suddenly realized that with his current physical body, he could even destroy a genuine immortal. His strength could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, holding the sky pisser, he still felt a little heavy. How many pounds does it weigh? Only then did Li Changsheng carefully size up the sky pisser. However, he discovered that this sky pisser didn't look like a magic tool. Instead, it looked like an ordinary weapon. Other than its weight, it didn't have any other functions. This thing was also strange, but it was quite convenient to use. Since Li Changsheng could not figure out the mystery of this sky pisser, he did not waste his time and continued to walk inside with the sky pisser. After passing through a long tunnel, he came to a huge tomb. There were 10 stone coffins in the tomb. The lids of the stone coffins were all open. Obviously, they were the coffins of the 10 divine generals. Li Changsheng went to take a look inside the stone coffins. There was nothing inside. The whole tomb was empty and a little damp. That's not right. There should be a yin meridian under this tomb. Otherwise, how could the 8 of them live to the next life? But I can't feel any yin qi. Li Changsheng frowned. He looked around and found that the tomb was like a big stone. It was directly hollowed out, and there was not even a crack. It was because of this structure that the yin qi was isolated from the invasion. What's going on? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly saw 10 stone coffins. These 10 stone coffins were the only things in this tomb that could move. Thinking of this, he immediately raised the sky pisser and directly slashed it, smashing one of the stone coffins into pieces. The moment the stone coffin shattered, a hole with a diameter of 1 meter was revealed. At the same time, rolling black qi filled the air. So that's how it is. Li Changsheng immediately understood. The 10 divine generals found the yin meridian below. In order to prevent the yin qi from leaking out, they found a huge stone to block the entrance of the earth meridian. Then, they hollowed out the stone and turned it into a tomb. They dug a hole in each stone coffin. When they lay in the stone coffins, the yin qi inside would invade their bodies little by little through the stone coffins. Otherwise, if they let all the yin qi enter, their bodies would be completely corroded by the yin qi before a new divine consciousness was born in their bodies. Li Changsheng hurriedly piled up the other 9 stone coffins at the entrance and set up a formation to seal the entrance. Otherwise, if the yin qi was allowed to spread out, it would corrode everything within 100 miles and turn it into a land of extinction. When the entrance was completely sealed, Li Changsheng stood there quietly, letting the yin qi become stronger and stronger and corrode his body. If there was anyone in this world who was not afraid of the yin qi, Li Changsheng was definitely one of them. The indestructible fiend god body could refine the yin qi into the body. When the wisps of yin qi entered his skin, Li Changsheng felt a slight tingling sensation coming from all the pores on his body. The yin qi is still not strong enough. After a long time, Li Changsheng strode to the entrance of a cave and jumped down without hesitation. The moment he jumped down, countless sword lights surged toward him. It was a formation. The sword lights were so sharp that even Li Changsheng felt a strong sense of danger. He took out the cold light sword, which turned into sword lights. Countless sword lights slashed on his sword domain. The sword domain that the 8 half-step true immortals were unable to break through actually lasted for less than a few seconds before it shattered with a loud bang. What a terrifying sword formation. It's definitely not something that those people can set up, even if they are true immortals. Li Changsheng thought. This time, he did not hesitate to take out the Tian-Du sword, which turned into a sword curtain and blocked the surging sword lights. Chapter 957. Fortunately, he had the Tian-Du sword with him. Otherwise, even with Li Changsheng's physical body, he would have to retreat in the face of such an attack. Those 10 fellows definitely did not have the ability to set up such a sword formation. It was even very likely that they did not know of the existence of this sword formation. With such a strong baleful aura, no one would rashly enter it. Li Changsheng's thoughts were racing, but the sword light in his hand did not stop. He continued to move forward. Fortunately, the Tian-Du sword was strong enough. Although the formation was powerful, it could not hurt him. Open, open, open. In the end, Li Changsheng also became ruthless. He exerted all his strength and formed a 3-foot sword domain. No attack could get close. Finally, he rushed through the first layer of the formation. However, the moment he rushed through the sword formation, an even stronger sense of danger filled his heart. He saw bolts of lightning raging towards him. The power of these bolts of lightning was definitely much stronger than that of the sword formation. However, this time, Li Changsheng directly put away the Tian-Du sword and then channeled the lightning technique in his body. After going through several heavenly tribulations, he felt close to lightning. Sure enough, this sea of lightning was his blessed land. The densely packed lightning merged into his body, making him feel that his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding lightning was absorbed by him. At this time, the formation automatically broke. Li Changsheng finally entered the depths of the yin vein. The dense baleful aura had already formed a river that washed over Li Changsheng's body. Such baleful aura was simply fatal to ordinary cultivators. However, to Li Changsheng, it was a supreme treasure. However, he was not in a hurry to sit down cross-legged to absorb the baleful aura. Instead, he looked at the source of the baleful aura. There was a person sitting there quietly. To be precise, it should be a corpse. This formation had existed for at least tens of thousands of years, and this corpse was still intact in this baleful aura. He was probably at the heavenly immortal realm or even the golden immortal realm when he was alive. Li Changsheng suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly walked over. He saw that the other party was wearing a Daoist robe and gave off a sage-like feeling. Between his knees was a book. Li Changsheng bowed 3 times to the corpse and then reached out to touch the book. The moment he touched the book, the corpse suddenly began to move. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help but be startled. This place was too strange. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. He saw that the skeleton collapsed with a loud bang and then turned into a pile of ashes. When he picked up the book again, he only saw 3 ancient words, salvation scripture. Li Changsheng knew about the Sutra of Salvation. It was widely spread in the world and was said to have been passed down by the supreme god of Taoism, Lingbao Tianzuan. However, Li Changsheng had studied that book before. Although it was of some use, it was not of much use. However, when he tried to open the book, he was quickly surprised because the content recorded in the book was completely different from what was circulating in the world. Could it be that there are 2 versions of the Expiation Sutra? One is the one circulating in the world, and the other is this one? Li Changsheng silently recited the contents of the book. The heavenly Tao rewards life, immeasurable salvation. The moment he said that, Li Changsheng was surprised to find that an inexplicable power was growing in his body and spreading in all directions. However, this power was formless and invisible, but it was real and did not seem to have any offensive power. He didn't know what the Expiation Sutra of Salvation was. Li Changsheng couldn't figure it out, so he put it away. Only then did he realize that there were a few lines of small words carved at the place where the corpse had been destroyed. Under the orders of my master, I guard the Azura King here. Azura King? Li Changsheng was very surprised. However, he didn't know where the so-called Azura King was at the moment, so he didn't think too much about it. He sat cross-legged in the Yin Fiend River and began to refine the Yin Fiend water. The Yin Fiend Qi was extremely fierce and ruthless, but to the indestructible Fiend God body, It was even more precious than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After sitting cross-legged for an unknown period of time, Li Changsheng felt that his strength was rising steadily and had reached a peak. The yin fiend was almost dried up after being absorbed by him. This is because the heavenly Tao is suppressing the heavenly Tao, so the lightning tribulation won't descend. Otherwise, I would be undergoing the 6th lightning tribulation by now. Li Changsheng mumbled to himself. Since he had already absorbed all the yin fiend energy, there was no reason for him to stay here anymore. However, when he stood up, his face was filled with shock. This was because he saw a huge skeleton lying quietly in the dried-up river. The skeleton's structure was obviously different from that of an ordinary human. Moreover, there wasn't such a huge skeleton among ordinary people. Could it be the so-called Azura King? Yes, although the yin fiend energy in this place is dense, it's not endless. It's actually formed from the corpse of an Azura King. Although Li Changsheng had lived for countless years, he had never seen the Azura tribe. He didn't even know what the Azura tribe's strength was like. However, after an Azura King died, it could actually turn into so much yin fiend energy. If it was alive, its strength must have been terrifying. Could it be that the Expiation Sutra of Salvation is used to suppress the Azura King? Li Changsheng thought. However, it was just a guess. According to what he knew, the Expiation Sutra of Salvation should be used to suppress evil spirits of the ghost Tao. Could it be that it's also effective on the demon Tao? After thinking for a while, he was about to stand up and leave. However, he suddenly realized that the heavenly halberd that he had inserted into the ground while he was practicing was actually trembling slightly. What's going on? Just as Li Changsheng was surprised, the ground beneath him trembled. Then, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. Then, the ground began to crack. A red light flew out from the ground and fused into the heavenly halberd. At this moment, the pitch-black heavenly halberd suddenly turned red. What's going on? Just as Li Changsheng was surprised, the red color on the heavenly halberd gradually faded and returned to its original black color. When Li Changsheng tried to hold the heavenly halberd, he suddenly realized that he couldn't lift it. Could it be that this heavenly halberd was originally the Azura King's weapon? And before the god general buried himself, he also entered this place and obtained this heavenly halberd. But what was that red light that fused into the heavenly halberd just now? If the heavenly halberd weighed 3 tons before, it was definitely 100 times or even 1,000 times heavier now. With the strength of Li Changsheng's indestructible body, he could even lift a small mountain. However, he couldn't move this heavenly halberd at all. However, Li Changsheng's face lit up with joy. This was because the heavier the heavenly halberd was, the more extraordinary it was. But how should I take it away? Li Changsheng tried to channel his true qi into the heavenly halberd, wanting to refine it. This was because he knew that no matter how powerful a Dharma treasure was, after refining it, he could use it as he wished. However, he was soon disappointed. When his true qi entered the heavenly halberd, it disappeared without a trace like mud or the sea. Li Changsheng tried many other methods but to no avail. There was only one last method left. Li Changsheng helplessly bit his finger, dripping blood to recognize the owner. This was the most ancient method. It allowed one's blood essence to fuse with the weapon. Unknowingly, the weapon became a part of one's body. Of course, this method was only useful for Dharma treasures that were born naturally. It was useless for Dharma treasures that were artificially refined. Li Changsheng held an attitude of giving it a try. However, when the blood fused with the heavenly halberd, it instantly disappeared. At the same time, a mysterious message appeared in his mind. This is a cultivation technique. Li Changsheng's face lit up with joy. Blood God Sutra. Chapter 958. This Blood God Sutra was the most powerful technique of the Ashura tribe. It could be used to cultivate blood shadow doppelgangers. Each doppelganger could cultivate on its own and continuously grow stronger. When all the doppelgangers were gathered in the main body's strength would increase rapidly. Imagine if there were 1,000 Li Changsheng cultivating at the same time and combining them together. How terrifying would that be? However, the blood shadow doppelgangers needed to devour blood essence to grow stronger. It could be considered a proper demonic technique. This trip is really fruitful. Li Changsheng digested the Blood God Sutra and then searched the underground world. After finding nothing else, he went back the way he came. At this time, it had been half a month since Li Changsheng entered the tomb. The door of the tomb was sealed. Zhong Lingtu and the others naturally did not dare to break in. A few hours after Li Changsheng entered the tomb, they all left one after another. On the other side, in the dragon group, the dragon general in his military uniform was still staring at the screen. It's been half a month and he still hasn't come out. Could something have happened to him? A subordinate beside him who was also looking at the screen asked. What could have happened to him? Li Changsheng is someone who can even kill a half-step true immortal. What on earth could threaten him? It should be the treasures in the tomb that attracted him. Dragon General Shu Taiping said. General, I think you shouldn't stay here. We'll send people to monitor the surroundings of the tomb 24 hours a day. As soon as Li Changsheng appears, we'll inform you immediately. This Li Changsheng is a rare talent. I want to meet him as soon as he appears to show my sincerity. But it's been half a month and I've accumulated a lot of things on hand. It seems like I have to leave first. The Dragon General and Chen Xueming were known as two mountains. It was rare for them to be able to stay here for half a month. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, the originally sealed entrance of the tomb suddenly exploded, revealing a pitch-black cave. A figure slowly walked out of the cave. He's out. He's out. The people who had been staring at the screen for half a month were all excited. Even Shu Taiping was overjoyed. Quickly prepare a car for me. I'm going to see Mr. Li. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm suddenly sounded in the command room. A missile streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of white smoke behind it. Then, it whistled towards Li Changsheng and the direction of the tomb. What happened? Shu Taiping was also dumbfounded. Who used the missile? What's going on in the Hua nation? In the midst of Dragon General Shu Taiping's exasperated voice, Li Changsheng's position was instantly hit. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and under the powerful force of the explosion, the surrounding trees spread out in all directions with the missile explosion as the center, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred. Even in the command center, which was 100 miles away, they could still clearly feel the powerful tremors. It's over. Shu Taiping angrily punched the table. This is a ballistic missile. With such power, even if Li Changsheng is a god, he will die for sure. On the other side, in a non-state, several fully armed men were staring at the big screen in front of them. When the missile fell and exploded, a mushroom cloud rose up. They all showed a joyful smile. No matter how powerful Li Changsheng is, he will still die in my hands. The Grand Marshal of Anan State laughed out loud. A subordinate next to him said worriedly, Marshal, Li Changsheng is dead, but he also founded a sect called Verdant Sect, which is full of powerhouses. If they come to Anan State, we may not be able to stop them. What's more, we opened fire in public. The higher-ups of China must be furious, and I'm afraid it will cause a war. It's okay. Now Da Hua can't even take care of itself, so they can't take care of Anan State. Although there are many mysterious Finger Realm Masters in Verdant Sect, none of them can compete with an Earth Immortal. And Anan State has 4 Supreme Magi. No matter how many people from Verdant Sect come, we won't be afraid. If it was in the past, Anan State indeed couldn't afford to offend Da Hua, but now the world has changed greatly. It's a great opportunity for Anan State to rise. Originally, Li Changsheng had no grudges with Anan State, but he is too powerful. As long as we can kill him, we won't hesitate to become enemies with Da Hua. After the marshal finished speaking, he immediately ordered his subordinates, immediately withdraw our headquarters and return to the capital, in case Da Hua retaliates against us. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates immediately got busy. The world's #1 master, Li Changsheng, was attacked by a missile and was killed. Anan State said that they were conducting a military exercise, and a general made a mistake in command, causing the missile to accidentally enter Da Hua's territory. They apologized to Da Hua. When such news came out, many people sneered. Who would believe this kind of nonsense of a missile being launched by mistake? At the same time, More people were lamenting that a powerhouse like Li Changsheng died inexplicably like this. Anan state is too much. I request to send troops to destroy them. Chen Xueming, who had always been known as a scholarly general, flew into a rage. However, this kind of voice was quickly suppressed. Da Hua was currently facing internal and external troubles. Moreover, it was too impulsive to start a war just for Li Changsheng. Both sides were in constant negotiations. What everyone didn't know was that Li Changsheng had already appeared at the border of Anan state. I have no grudges with Anan state, but they actually tried to kill me, even at the risk of starting a war. Li Changsheng was puzzled, but more than that, he was angry. Since they made a move on him, Li Changsheng, they had to pay the price. At this moment, several soldiers were patrolling the border of Anan state with a wolf dog. I heard that a few days ago, our Anan state launched a missile into Da Hua's territory and killed an important person of Da Hua. Our superiors asked us to be vigilant every day, in case Da Hua does anything extreme. I also heard about it. I wonder who is this important person that the marshal is willing to take the risk of offending Da Hua. I heard that he is a martial arts powerhouse. A martial arts powerhouse? No matter how powerful a martial arts powerhouse is, they don't need to make such a big fuss. Now Da Hua is facing internal and external troubles. They can't even take care of themselves, so they are not as tough as they used to be. I heard that they have been protesting about this incident and have been fighting a war of words. They haven't taken any substantial action. That's because Anan state has 4 great sorcerer gods. It is said that the 4 great sorcerer gods are all powerhouses in the half-step Earth celestial realm. The 4 of them alone are enough to deter the entire Da Hua. According to the news I got, sorcerer god Xian Wu said at the royal banquet that if Da Hua dares to make a move this time, he will kill his way to Da Hua's capital and make a river of blood flow. Sorcerer god Xian Wu is really domineering. Just as the 2 of them were talking, a green figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight and walked towards them step by step. The 2 of them suddenly became vigilant. They each picked up a long spear and said in Anan language, "Don't come over, raise your hands." Chapter 959. Stop. The figure continued to move forward as if he didn't hear it. The 2 soldiers of Anan state immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Several bullets were fired at Li Changsheng in a row. However, when the bullets approached, Li Changsheng waved his hand gently. When the bullets approached his body, they instantly froze in the air and then fell to the ground. In the next second, under their astonished gazes, Li Changsheng brushed past them and continued on his way. What should we do? The soldier was dumbfounded. What else can we do? Hurry up and report to the higher-ups that someone wants to break into our Anan state. Soon, the general in charge of border affairs of Anan state had received the news. We just killed a big shot of China, and there are still people who want to break into Anan state at this time. It seems that the shock to the cultivators of China is not enough. The general shouted coldly. Get someone to lock onto his position immediately. We must kill him and make those restless experts of the great Hua nation quieten down. Yes. The subordinate received the order and left immediately. Next to him, another subordinate asked, "General, do we need to report the invasion of China's powerhouse to the higher-ups?" The general waved his hand, "Not for the time being. The marshal has just killed the top powerhouse of China, which is enough to prove that the so-called superpowerhouse is nothing in front of modern weapons. If I report such a small matter to the higher-ups, it will only show that I'm incompetent." "Oh, I understand." The subordinate saluted. At this time, Li Changsheng had broken through many checkpoints and entered Anan state as if he was taking a stroll. He didn't make a move, but no one could hurt him. However, as he passed through one checkpoint after another, the entire Anan state was alarmed by him. At this time, the general who originally wanted to deal with Li Changsheng alone had begun to panic. Because Li Changsheng continued to move forward. Once he entered a densely populated area, it meant that he couldn't use large weapons, and the consequences were something that he couldn't bear. Gather our forces immediately. We must eliminate him. Go and ask a few sorcerers for help. The general was a little flustered and was no longer as calm as before. Soon, A middle-aged man in a black robe was invited in. Wizard Wan He. After seeing the middle-aged man, even the general revealed a respectful expression. Master Wan He was the disciple of the Grand Magus God. He was powerful and enjoyed a high status in the Anan kingdom. General Hu, how can I help you? Just give me your orders. Wizard Wan He said. Originally, I was afraid that person would sneak into the crowd, so I asked Mage Wan He to help me deal with him. However, that guy is also an idiot. He actually went straight to my command center. My command center is sparsely populated, so I can concentrate my firepower and destroy him. Reporting to General, Team 1 is ready. Reporting to the General, Team 2 is in position. Reporting to the General, Team 3 is in position. Alright, lock onto the target and fire. The General picked up the communication device and ordered loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the cannons began to fire, locking onto the black spot in front of them from all directions. Under the command of the General, a total of 5 waves of artillery shells were fired. Even Wizard Wan He, who was standing at the side, trembled with fear as he watched. With so many artillery shells fired at the same time, even a small hill would be razed to the ground. He looked at the black dot on the screen with pity in his eyes. Of all the things he could do, he had to openly challenge the authority of the Anan kingdom. Now, he is going to be reduced to ashes. I'm afraid there will be nothing left of him. Marshal Fei must have killed the most powerful person in the Dahua kingdom. This person is resentful and wants to seek revenge. Unfortunately, this person is extremely stupid. Yes, if he had run to a crowded place, I might have a headache. Wouldn't he be a live target on this plane? Alright, Wizard Wan He, I'll prepare a banquet later. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Don't worry about it, General Hu. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. As for the target of their attack, they had already forgotten about it. After all, in their hearts, he was already a dead man. The artillery shells have been fired. Please give your orders. A person in charge reported to the general. Send someone to the scene to see if that guy is still alive. After the general finished speaking, he did not receive a response. Instead, he saw that everyone in the command center was staring at the big screen. What's wrong? He turned around in confusion, and then his eyes widened. He saw that at the place where the artillery shells landed, a figure was still moving forward at a steady pace. The 5 rounds of artillery shells did not hurt him at all. How is this possible? Even Wizard Wan His eyes widened. Continue to bombard him to death. At this moment, the general had a bad premonition in his heart and shouted loudly. Bang, 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 bang. A series of artillery shells once again covered the plain. However, Li Changsheng's speed finally increased. He suddenly ran towards the command center at high speed. His figure turned into an afterimage in the air. Even the cameras could not capture him clearly. The artillery shells exploded under his feet, but they did not hurt him at all. This person's realm is probably close to the Earth Immortal realm. He is not inferior to the 4 sorcerer gods. Wizard Wan His voice began to tremble. How could there be such a powerful person in the Dahua kingdom? The general's heart was in his mouth. He knew how terrifying the combat power of the 4 sorcerer gods was. Pass down my order. Stop him at all costs. I will report this to the higher-ups. In fact, there was no need for him to say this. At this moment, his subordinates had already begun to fire with all their might. They carried rifles and machine guns and fired at Li Changsheng with all their might. Clang, 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 clang. It was like a rain of bullets, or like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and the sun. However, no matter how they attacked, all the bullets froze in the air when they were about 3 feet away from Li Changsheng's body, and then fell to the ground. With Li Changsheng's current strength, within 3 feet, not to mention ordinary bullets, even artillery shells would not be able to break through his defense. Li Changsheng continued to move forward like this. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the rain of bullets. Bang! One by one, the armored vehicles started to move. One by one, the barrels of the tanks locked onto Li Changsheng's position, and the shells whistled toward him. More than 20 tanks fired at the same time. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. Bang! Li Changsheng finally raised his fist and met the first shell that rushed toward him. He punched out. Boom! The turbulent fist force directly blew up the shell, and the huge energy made the earth tremble. In front, Li Changsheng's body was still unscathed. He took a step forward and accelerated again, running toward the group of tanks like a big bird. Under the astonished gaze of one of the tank soldiers, Li Changsheng grabbed the barrel of the cannon and lifted the tank into the air. Then, as though he was swinging a sledgehammer, he tossed the tank out. Bang! It hit another tank. The two steel monsters collided with each other, making a shocking roar and creating a deep pit on the ground. The tank battalion that was ordered to deal with Li Changsheng was now scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled in all directions. In the command center, the general and master Wan He began to tremble. How can there be such a terrifying person? One person defeating an army. It's unimaginable. Chapter 960. The general kept contacting his superiors. He was completely flustered. Marshal Feidong, this is bad. That Chinese powerhouse is calling. He's calling. Hello. What's going on? The general slapped the communication device in his hand. He was on the verge of breaking down. Unfortunately, the device had been cut off. He could only look at Venerable Yuan Hai beside him for help. Venerable Yuan Hai, hurry up and kill him. General who was completely flustered. Venerable Yuan Hai also had a bitter smile on his face. General Hu, you've seen it too. This person is too terrifying. I'll only be courting death if I attack. As soon as he finished speaking. At that moment, the scene on the screen changed again. Facing the escaping tanks, Li Changsheng had no intention of letting them go. He raised his fist and threw a punch. The whistling fist force was like a raging dragon, forming a tornado. Wherever it passed, the tanks were swept into the sky and then crushed into pieces. Bang bang, bang bang. There were still some brave soldiers who fired at Li Changsheng. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng did not even look at them. He only stomped his foot on the ground. With him as the center, invisible waves of energy spread out. Wherever it passed, the soldiers exploded one by one. Thousands of people were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Yuan Hai gulped. At that moment, he could not care less. He dashed out of the door and wanted to escape. However, as soon as he went out, he flew back at an even faster speed. He saw that Li Changsheng, who was 1,000 meters away, had already appeared at the door. Sir, my master is one of the 4 great sorcerers. Yuan Hai wanted to use his master's name to save his life. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng had already grabbed his neck without hesitation. With a crack, he ended his life and threw him aside. Then, he looked at General Hu, who was still trying to contact his superiors with the communication device. Li Changsheng walked over, grabbed the device, and said hello. When he realized that the device had been cut off, he could not help but sigh. He said with some disappointment, I wanted to talk to your Grand Marshal. After saying that, he waved his hand and the general exploded into a bloody mist. A few minutes later, Li Changsheng walked out of the command center. The entire Anan state was shaken by the death of more than 3,000 people in the command center. That Anan state's Grand Marshal flew into a rage and declared that he would mobilize the entire country's army to exterminate Li Changsheng. An hour later, Li Changsheng appeared at another military base. More than 5,000 people were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. 2 hours later, the famous missile force of Anan state was wiped out. At the last moment, the general chose to escape in a helicopter, but he was killed by a sword light in the sky, cutting the helicopter into 2. The satellite just happened to capture this scene, and the image was transmitted back to the capital of Anan state. That Grand Marshal was so scared that his face turned pale. News came one after another. Li Changsheng was like a god of death. Everywhere he went, there was endless slaughter. Moreover, they discovered that later on, Li Changsheng didn't even need to make a move, and the soldiers of Anan state died in droves. Does he have helpers? Feidong said with a gloomy face, but he didn't know that Li Changsheng happened to be cultivating the Blood God Sutra. Along the way, he had already sacrificially refined 3,000 blood shadow clones, and each blood shadow clone's strength was equivalent to that of a master in the mortal world. Li Changsheng was sure that as long as he kept killing, these 3,000 blood shadow clones would very likely break through to the Vajra realm. However, from the beginning to the end, Li Changsheng didn't let the slaughter blind his mind. He only attacked those soldiers and didn't involve the civilians. Because the civilians were innocent. Li Changsheng's goal was very obvious. He went straight from the border to the capital, and as long as there was a military base along the way, he would destroy it. If we let him continue, I'm afraid our Anan state will be unable to recover from this setback. But who exactly is this person? Apart from Li Changsheng, is there any other Earth Immortal Realm expert in Dahua state? Fei Dong's eyes were blood red, and he was extremely anxious. Grand Marshal, could it be that Li Changsheng didn't die? A general at the side said cautiously. Impossible. How could he still be alive under the attack of the intercontinental missile? Then why don't we use the intercontinental missile and kill this person just like how we killed Li Changsheng? But he is now in our Anan state. Once we use it, it will cause a big mess. But if we don't use it and let him kill his way into the capital, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. That Grand Marshal frowned. In Anan state, although he wasn't the monarch, most of the power was in his hands. The consequences are too serious. Go and ask the 4 Grand Magus gods. As long as they take action, they should be able to stop this person. At this moment, Li Changsheng was already standing in the suburbs of the capital. The guard camp stationed here had already been completely uprooted by him. 3 blood shadow clones, each of which was just a blurry shadow, quietly floated behind Li Changsheng. Just as Li Changsheng was about to step into the capital, 4 figures quickly appeared and blocked his path. Your Excellency, you've killed so many people along the way. What exactly do you want to do? A haggard old man, whose whole body was emitting a ghostly aura, stared at Li Changsheng and asked. At the same time, one could clearly feel their fear. After all, some of Li Changsheng's battle situations were recorded by the satellite. The 4 of them had seen those videos and knew that this was definitely a god of death. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk nonsense with Li Changsheng and would directly attack him. I have no enmity with your Anan state. Suddenly, a missile fell from the sky to kill me. This is just a part of the interest. You are Li Changsheng? The 4 people's faces instantly changed color. They had already heard about the matter of Fei Dong launching a missile to kill Li Changsheng. Originally, they were quite excited when they heard this news. After all, as one of the top experts in the world, Li Changsheng's existence was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. When Li Changsheng died, they would be the strongest. But they didn't expect that Li Changsheng didn't die and even killed his way to Anan state. Your Excellency, this is indeed our Anan state's fault. I wonder what will make you stop. After knowing Li Changsheng's identity, they suddenly didn't want to be enemies with Li Changsheng. After all, no one wanted to provoke such a terrifying person. It's very simple. Let the culprit come out to die, and then all the people involved in the incident will be buried with him. The old man's face revealed a difficult expression. If it were an ordinary general, even a general with great power, they could hand him over. But the one who gave the order was the Grand Marshal. The entire army of Anan state was in his hands. How could they hand him over to Li Changsheng and let Li Changsheng kill him? Except for Grand Marshal Fei Dong, I can use the lives of the other people involved to ask for your forgiveness. The old man tried to negotiate with Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng shook his head. No. That Fei Dong must die. Along the way, Li Changsheng also knew who wanted to kill him, but he was more curious. With the status of Anan state, even if they killed him, even if there were 4 experts at the half-step Earth celestial stage, they were far inferior to Da Hua. What was the real reason for them to kill him? Friend, is there no room for discussion? The old man frowned. Although you are powerful, the 4 of us are not to be trifled with. I hope you can carefully consider our proposal. Are you threatening me? Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Since you can't hand over the culprit, then I'll kill you first, and then I'll find him for trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng raised his palm and slapped the old man. He chose to attack without hesitation. Chapter 961. The 4 grand magus gods of Anan state were all at the half-step to the earth celestial realm. This old man was known as the sorcerer god. Legend had it that he was taken away by a wolf when he was born. His family thought he was dead, but they found a boy in the forest. The wolf pack had raised him and he was the leader of the pack. What was more incredible was that he had been taken away when he was 2 years old. He had lived until he was 13 years old, but he could understand human language. Later, a grand magus of Anan state taught him sorcery. It only took him 10 years to surpass his master and become one of the 4 grand magus gods of Anan state. When he saw Li Changsheng had made the first move, his eyes were filled with hatred. Dark chi surrounded his body. Li Changsheng, don't be so shameless. Do you really think you are invincible? Seeing the hand seal descending, he raised his withered hand. Countless dark chi swirled around his hand and formed many ropes. The ropes wrapped around Li Changsheng's hand seal. Boom! The transparent hand seal suddenly released a powerful force. It was as if a mountain had fallen. Before the sorcerer god could react, the ropes formed by the dark chi had been broken. The hand seal dissipated the dark chi and landed on the grand magus god's forehead. Bang! His skull was shattered. His head exploded. The revered Grand Magus God of Anan state was killed by Li Changsheng with a single blow. Even in death, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! That skinny body fell straight to the ground, and the whole place fell silent. Seeing this, the other 3 Grand Magus gods narrowed their eyes. Their faces were filled with fear and horror. The sorcerer god was the weakest of the 4 Grand Magus gods. However, Chen Fan was able to kill him so easily. Li Changsheng, we can negotiate. Another Grand Magus god said. Li Changsheng sneered. If you don't hand over the culprit, there is nothing to negotiate. You. The 3 Supreme Magi glanced at each other and stared at Li Changsheng vigilantly, not knowing whether they should make a move or not. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. A few minutes later, sorcerer god Jin Hai stepped forward. Friend, other than killing Marshal Fei Dong, we can promise you other conditions and compensation. You should know that it's not that we don't have a way to deal with you, it's just that we don't want to use our trump card until the last moment. Golden Sea Sorcerer God said. Li Changsheng knew that what he said was true. Although Anan state was not big, it definitely had its own trump card. There were some trump cards that could not be used unless it was a matter of life and death. As long as he took it out, others would naturally be on guard against it. They might even research a way to counter it. Then, his trump card would be useless. I won't repeat what I've said before. As long as the culprit remains alive, I will trample the Southern Kingdom's capital. Li Changsheng remained unmoved. So what if the other party had a trump card? Since he dared to attack, he wasn't afraid of the other party's trump card. Although Fei Dong had the military power, he wasn't a top figure after all. At the last moment, the higher-ups of Anan state would know what to do. He wanted to let the world know the consequences of going against him, Li Changsheng. If Fei Dong didn't die, there might be a Shou Dong, Wang Dong, or Li Dong in the future. If he wanted to fight, he would beat him until he was in pain. What should we do? The youngest sorcerer god asked in a low voice. Li Changsheng was too terrifying and they didn't dare to act rashly. However, as the sorcerer god of Anan state, they were worshipped by the state and worshipped by the people of Anan state. If they chose to retreat at this time, they would lose face in the future. Don't worry, so what if he's powerful? I don't believe that the 3 of us can't deal with him. Sorcerer god Zaro took a step forward. The young tiger Fang sorcerer god also reacted. Yes. We have 3 people on our side. Why should we be afraid of him? After all, the 3 of us are half-step Earth immortals. No matter how powerful Li Changsheng is, he's just an Earth immortal. We might be able to defeat him. Therefore, the 3 of them stepped forward at the same time. Their chi rose and they fixed their eyes on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, I'll give you one more chance. If you stop now, my previous promise will still stand. Sorcerer god Jin Hai said loudly. Although they were afraid of Li Changsheng's strength, they were also very confident in themselves. They were willing to admit that Li Changsheng was indeed more powerful than them. However, they felt that no matter how powerful Li Changsheng was, there must be a limit to his strength. Let's do it. Li Changsheng responded with 3 words. Sorcerer God Jin Hai's face darkened. Ha! Li Changsheng, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. It's useless to talk to him. Let him know how powerful the 3 of us are. Sorcerer God Zaro said coldly. There was a cloud of black chi hovering above his palm. Since there is no room for negotiation, let's show the world that the most powerful man in China is going to die at the hands of the 3 sorcerer gods of Anan state. Sorcerer God Tiger Fang let out a peal of laughter. They were too proud to back down. Since Li Changsheng didn't want to settle this peacefully, they had to kill Li Changsheng at all costs. This might be a chance for them to make a name for themselves in the world. What's going on outside? In the capital, Grand Marshal Feidong was restless. Behind him, his subordinates were also standing there quietly. When he aimed at Li Changsheng's tomb and opened fire, no one would have thought that Li Changsheng would not die in the explosion. Even more so, no one would have thought that Li Changsheng alone would be able to force them to this point. The latest news is that he has killed the Grand Sorcerer God. What? Fei Dong's hands trembled and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. The Grand Sorcerer God must have underestimated his enemy. Now Zaro, Jin Hai, and Hu Wei have joined forces. No matter how powerful Li Changsheng is, I'm afraid he will die. That's good. Fei Dong nodded. Li Changsheng is too arrogant. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Anan state? The 3 Grand Sorcerer gods are as powerful as thousands of soldiers and horses. After Fei Dong finished speaking, the generals behind him nodded in agreement. In the hearts of the people of Anan state, the 4 Grand Sorcerer gods were like gods. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Sorcerer God Zaro stepped forward. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. It was as if he was a giant wild beast. Li Changsheng just stood there quietly. The strength of the 3 Grand Sorcerer gods was indeed extraordinary. However, since he had come all the way here, how could he retreat? 3 cultivators at the half-step to Earth celestial stage were considered powerful on Earth, but they were nothing in his eyes. Rumble. Rumble. Sorcerer God Zaro suddenly raised his hand. Black chi condensed into a ball and flew out of his hand. The moment it flew out, it turned into a giant python and opened its mouth to spit out blood. Although it was condensed by black chi, the smell of blood could be felt. The black python instantly locked onto Li Changsheng's position and rushed toward Li Changsheng. Chapter 962. Sorcerer God Zaro's strength has improved again. Even the Golden Sea Sorcerer God and the Tiger Fang Sorcerer God were surprised. This move was very close to the Earth celestial stage. However, Li Changsheng's expression didn't change in the slightest as he faced the charging black snake. He gently raised his hand and punched out. The transparent fist force was like a rolling dragon, like a tornado rising out of nowhere. It rolled up the air and collided with the python formed by the black gas. Bang! 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 There was a loud noise in the sky. The energy from the fist force and the black snake intertwined and spread in all directions. Ripples were formed with the 2 of them as the center. Even the void was shaking. The surrounding trees were blown up by the ripples. They were swept up into the sky and then fell back down. In the capital, Feidong and the others were looking at the images from the satellite surveillance. Their mouths were wide open in shock. That's horrible. Is this the power of an Earth celestial stage powerhouse? The 4 sorcerer gods were respected in Anan state. Everyone knew that they were powerful, but no one had seen them fight. It was hard for ordinary people to imagine that a single person could create a destructive force more powerful than a firearm. Boom. Rumble. 2 more black balls appeared in Sorcerer God Zaro's palms. He struck out with both hands at the same time, and the 2 black balls turned into 2 giant pythons, coiling and spinning as they flew towards Li Changsheng. The 2 black snakes were twice as powerful as before. Petty tricks. Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. He was just testing Zaro's strength. Zaro thought he was on par with Sorcerer God. He raised his palm and a vortex appeared. The black snake flew directly to his palm, and Li Changsheng's fingers twisted, and the two black snakes merged together to form an even larger black ball. When the black ball was formed, Li Changsheng pushed it forward and spun it towards Sorcerer God Zaro. The black ball was getting faster and faster. It was like a high-speed train, but it was more like the roar of a fighter jet flying through the sky. Its momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Sorcerer God Zaro felt a little aggrieved that the attack he had unleashed had come back to attack him. What's more, Li Changsheng's sphere was many times more powerful than his. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block it. Boom! When the ball landed, it actually sent him flying a few meters away. The place where he had been standing exploded. Soil flew everywhere, and a pit more than 10 meters deep appeared. There was blood at the corner of Zaro's mouth. Damn it! Sorcerer God Zaro's eyes burned with fury. Li Changsheng had used his attack to attack him, and in the end, he had injured him. If this were to spread out, he would lose face. The aura on his body soared rapidly, and dense black gas spread out and enveloped him. Then, he stepped on the ground and flew towards Li Changsheng. The dense black gas was like tentacles. Clearly, in order to save face, he was going all out. This attack wasn't inferior to the attack of an Earth Celestial Stage cultivator. Even Li Changsheng was slightly surprised. No matter how strong his previous attack was, it was barely comparable to an Earth Celestial Stage cultivator. However, this attack was more than 10 times stronger. Sure enough, everyone who could cultivate to this stage was extraordinary. They all had their own trump cards. Of course, these trump cards were nothing in Li Changsheng's eyes. Boom! Li Changsheng punched out. The surrounding fist energy surged and collided with Sorcerer God Zaro's black tentacles. From afar, one could only see the violent energy erupting in waves and waves, pulverizing all the trees and rocks within a kilometer. The black gas that flew out of Sorcerer God Zaro's body was shattered by Li Changsheng's fist energy. Zaro is already very powerful, but he still can't hurt Li Changsheng. This is indeed a formidable opponent. Golden Sea Sorcerer God and Tiger Fang Sorcerer God looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Let me give it a try. Tiger Fang Sorcerer God stepped forward and joined the battle. Clearly, the two of them wanted to defeat Li Changsheng together. At that moment, Li Changsheng punched out again. The fist energy continued to surge in the sky, opening a path for the punch and exploding Sorcerer God Zaro's black gas. Although Sorcerer God Zaro kept weakening the power of the fist energy, he still couldn't block it. The fist energy landed on his chest. Bang! Li Changsheng's fist energy was terrifying. When it landed on Sorcerer God Zaro's body, Sorcerer God Zaro spat out a mouthful of blood. His body kept retreating, and with every step, his legs sank into the ground. He only managed to stop after taking more than 10 steps back. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and a part of it had caved in. If he hadn't used witchcraft to protect his internal organs in time, he would have died on the spot. Even so, he was still severely injured. Sorcerer God Zaro's face was filled with shock. This was simply too powerful. During the battle, he had also discovered something. Li Changsheng had not borrowed the power of heaven and earth from beginning to end, and there were only two possibilities for this situation. First of all, Li Changsheng had not used his full strength all this time. He had been holding back in his battle with him. The other reason was that Li Changsheng had yet to break through to the earthly immortal stage. No matter which of these two possibilities it was extremely terrifying. If Li Changsheng didn't use his full strength, he would still be severely injured by Li Changsheng. Didn't that mean that even if the three supreme Magi joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Li Changsheng? If it was the latter and Li Changsheng hadn't broken through to the Earth Celestial stage, it would be even more terrifying. He hadn't even broken through to the Earth Celestial stage, but he was able to severely injure a half-step Earth Celestial stage powerhouse. This meant that Li Changsheng had too much room for growth. As long as he left today and came back a few years later, they would be nothing more than ants. While Sorcerer God Zaro was still reeling from the shock, a roar came from the sky. Dense spiritual energy gathered around Tiger Fang Sorcerer God. It condensed into the shape of a long saber in the sky and slashed down at Li Changsheng. Good timing. Li Changsheng looked at the long saber that was falling down and raised his hand to grab it. With his hand on the black saber, the 10-meter-long saber was crushed. At the same time, after the palm print was crushed, the palm print whistled through the air and slammed down on Tiger Fang Sorcerer God. It was like a mountain was crashing down with terrifying energy. Facing Li Changsheng's palm, Tiger Fang Sorcerer God looked grave. He waved his hand and grabbed a long saber out of thin air. The long saber shone brightly and slashed at the big hand. Rumble. The big hand and the saber light collided, and a thunderous sound came from the void. The ground under Tiger Fang Sorcerer God's feet cracked. The saber light began to crack under the palm, and finally, the long saber in his hand cracked and turned into fragments. But at last, he managed to block Li Changsheng's palm. That's terrifying. Tiger Fang Sorcerer God already knew Li Changsheng's strength, so he used all his strength in his first attack. He almost couldn't block it. Chapter 963. I'd like to see how many moves you can take. Li Changsheng sneered and raised his palm. The palm print fell again. This time, the palm print was 10 times larger than before. Each finger was as large as a towering tree. Before the palm landed, the void began to shatter layer by layer. It came down on Tiger Fang Sorcerer God from above. How can it be so powerful? Tiger Fang Sorcerer God exclaimed in shock. Li Changsheng's palm was already terrifying enough. Now, it was 10 times more powerful than the previous attack. How could he withstand it? Tiger Fang Sorcerer God had no time to think. He activated the sorcery in his body. Dense black gas formed a light shield in front of him. However, the light shield had just formed when the palm pressed down and shattered. Tiger Fang Sorcerer God's expression was extremely ugly. He felt a great sense of danger. Boom. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out a white thing that looked like a tooth. That thing expanded with the wind and instantly became the same size as Li Changsheng's palm print. However, under the palm, the white thing that looked like a tooth made cracking sounds. Dense cracks appeared on it, and then it shattered into a pile of fragments. Finally, he managed to block Li Changsheng's palm strike. Tiger Fang Sorcerer God looked pained. He had this title because he had obtained a tiger's tooth when he was young. From it, he had comprehended a powerful sorcery. That was how he had achieved his current status. It could be said that the tiger's tooth was his life treasure. However, it had now been shattered by Li Changsheng's palm. My tiger's tooth is powerful. It's my greatest trump card. I didn't expect it to be unable to block his palm. At this time, Sorcerer God Zaro had recovered some of his strength and joined in. Li Changsheng's expression did not change. He raised his palm and continued to press down on Tiger Fang Sorcerer God. At the same time, he used his other hand to release sword gleams to deal with Sorcerer God Zaro. Fighting two Sorcerer Gods was extremely easy. Every time Li Changsheng's palm landed, Tiger Fang Sorcerer God was completely suppressed. He could not fight back at all. The sword gleams were even sharper. Sorcerer God Zaro was sent flying several times, looking extremely miserable. Inside the capital, Feidong and the other higher-ups had their eyes wide open. The two sorcerer gods were toyed with by him. That's terrifying. No wonder he's known as the strongest man in China. He's really powerful. What should we do now that we've offended such a character? Even the 3 Grand Magi are no match for him. If he attacks the capital, even we will have to bow to him. The consequences will be unimaginable. Many of the upper echelons were already in a state of disarray as they discussed animatedly. The fat on Feidong's face trembled as his soybean-like eyes stared at the screen. He took a deep breath and slapped the table. Silence. Silence. Stop arguing. How powerful were the 3 supreme Magi? How could they not be able to stop him? The Golden Sea Shaman God had yet to make a move. Golden Sea Sorcerer God is the most powerful sorcerer god. Hearing Feidong's words, everyone calmed down a little. At this moment, Sorcerer God Zaro was sent flying again. The Tiger Fang Sorcerer God struggled to hold on under Li Changsheng's palm and was about to collapse. Finally, the Golden Sea Sorcerer God, who had not made a move, took a step forward. He raised his palm and condensed a spear in his palm. He grabbed the spear and threw it directly in front of him. The spear suddenly pierced toward Li Changsheng with a sharp sound of the wind. "Are you finally willing to make a move?" Li Changsheng laughed out loud. Suddenly, he put away the sword light and palm print. His body rose from the ground and a mountain solidified above his head. Seal of mountains and rivers. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain directly crashed down. First, it collided with the black spear and shattered the spear. Then, it smashed onto the Golden Sea Sorcerer God's body. Bang! The Golden Sea Sorcerer God was sent flying. The mountain landed on the ground. Rumble. The ground cracked and smoke and dust rose. The terrifying fluctuation spread hundreds of miles. Even Feidong and the others in the capital could feel the powerful vibration. One more time. Li Changsheng summoned the Seal of Mountains and Rivers again. A mountain fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. 5 mountains were summoned consecutively. The Golden Sea Sorcerer God had just made a move and was directly smashed into a meat patty under the mountain. The remaining Sorcerer Zaro and the Tiger Fang Sorcerer had their eyes wide open. Although they were at a disadvantage when fighting with Li Changsheng, they had always thought that the gap between them and Li Changsheng was not that big. Only now did they realize that Li Changsheng was clearly playing a game of cat and mouse. If he had used such a move from the beginning, not to mention the 4 sorcerer gods, even the 10 sorcerer gods would have been reduced to ashes. Almost without hesitation, Sorcerer God Zaro and the Tiger Fang Sorcerer God turned into shadows and fled into the distance. Trying to escape. Do you think it's that easy? Li Changsheng snorted and casually shot out a sword light. The sword light fell and split Sorcerer God Zaro in half from head to toe. It then condensed into a fist and punched the Tiger Fang Sorcerer God. However, the moment the fist was thrown, the Tiger Fang Sorcerer God disappeared. You think you can fool me with this little concealment technique of yours? Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. He directly opened his fist into a palm and grabbed at the void with all his might. The Tiger Fang Sorcerer God was immediately pulled out. The palm fell and closed, and the Tiger Fang Sorcerer God was crushed. Oh my God! In the capital, Feidong and the others looked at the screen and felt chills run down their spines. This is too terrifying. The 3 sorcerer gods were all killed on the spot in less than 3 minutes. How terrifying is he? No wonder even missiles couldn't kill him. A general said in a trembling voice. Legend has it that when the cultivation of Taoism reaches the highest level, one can split the sky and earth, move mountains, and fill seas with a wave of his hand. I'm afraid this Li Changsheng is already such an existence. Another warrior said. He was also a sorcerer master and later became Feidong's subordinate. What should we do? Countless people looked at Feidong. At this moment, they all panicked. Use the most powerful weapon. Feidong took a deep breath and then snorted coldly. I don't believe he's really a god and can't die. Grand Marshal, you can't. If you use the weapon, I'm afraid it will cause disastrous consequences. But if I don't use the weapon, I'll die. Feidong's eyes were bloodshot as he said hysterically. You can't use it. At this moment, the door of the house was opened and a dense crowd of people rushed in, aiming their guns at Feidong. Seeing these people, Feidong instantly realized something and sat down on the chair with a plop. Although he controlled the military power, there was still one person in Anan state who could firmly suppress him, and that was the monarch. It's all because of you. Since you provoked such a strong person, the monarch has ordered to hand you over. If you don't want your family to be implicated by you, don't resist. The special envoy from the palace said coldly. Usually, when he saw Feidong, he would respectfully call him Grand Marshal. But now, this important minister of Anan state had become an abandoned pawn. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already entered the capital. Every step he took was as fast as a shuttle as he rushed to the command center. At the entrance of the command center, a group of people stood neatly and looked at him with a complicated expression. One of the men in a suit politely bowed to him. Respectful Mr. Li Changsheng, I'm the special envoy from the palace. I've been waiting for your arrival. Chapter 964. Hand over the culprit, or I'll flatten the capital today. Facing this Anan State special envoy, Li Changsheng's voice was incomparably cold. Now that things had come to this, he didn't mind making more trouble. The secret weapon that Anan State was proud of before was not used because of fear. Now it was too late to use it. What's more, what kind of weapon on earth could hurt Li Changsheng, so Li Changsheng had nothing to fear. Good. Under Li Changsheng's gaze, the special envoy felt his heart tremble. Before coming here, he had seen the movie and TV images captured by the satellite. This was a god of death, a powerful existence that could fight against a country alone. Fei Dong was escorted out by 2 soldiers. The once aloof Grand Marshal, at this moment, his 2 arms were tied, and he was kneeling in front of Li Changsheng with a humiliated face. Bastard! I'm the Grand Marshal of Anan State. Do you want to use the reputation of a country to bow to a person? We still have a secret weapon that we haven't used. As long as we use it, we can definitely kill him. Fei Dong roared loudly. He knew what was waiting for him next. Mr. Li, it's up to you to decide how to deal with him. That special envoy from the Imperial Palace said respectfully. Li Changsheng looked at Fei Dong. Is it you who ordered to kill me with missiles? As far as I know, you and I have no enmity with the whole Anan State. Why did you do this? Haha. Why should I tell you? I'm going to die. Fei Dong laughed out loud. That force wants to deal with you. You can't escape death. They will avenge me. Which force? Li Changsheng stared at Fei Dong. Fei Dong closed his mouth. Anyway, he was going to die, so he didn't want to tell Li Changsheng. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't say it? Have you heard of the soul-searching technique? With that, Li Changsheng walked toward Fei Dong step by step. What are you going to do? Fei Dong was completely panicked. Although he didn't know what the soul-searching spell was, he knew it must be a very evil spell when he heard the word soul. There were 4 supreme magi in Anan State. Of course, he knew that some evil witchcraft could make people beg for death, and even if they died, they wouldn't be able to live in peace. Li Changsheng walked in front of Fei Dong, raised his hand and placed it on top of Fei Dong's head. Then he saw something like an electric arc coming out from his hand and entering Fei Dong's head. Then, Fei Dong's face began to distort and a shrill scream came from his mouth. Then, Li Changsheng pulled out a blue thing. This was the memory hidden in Fei Dong's soul. After going through all these memories, Li Changsheng finally understood why Fei Dong had attacked him. It turned out that he had been instigated by that force. Looks like I should make a trip there before leaving Earth. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. Mr. Li, now that the culprit has been handed over, can you stop fighting? Launching missiles almost cost me my life. How can a mere Fei Dong appease my anger? Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Then what do you want? The special envoy of the palace was also a little displeased. He, a country, had chosen to bow his head, but the other party was still not satisfied. I want compensation. Now that Spirit Chi has recovered, your Anan State must be training teams similar to the Berserkers. With such a large country, there must be a lot of spirit stones. I want a truck full of spirit stones. How is that possible? The special envoy's face suddenly changed. Do you know how precious a truck full of spirit stones is? For an individual, a truck is indeed too much, but for a country, it is still within the acceptable range. Either continue the war or agree to my request. Otherwise, there is no third choice. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the special envoy hesitated. I have to ask our lord. With that, he went to the side to make a phone call. Li Changsheng stood there leisurely. He believed that the lord of Anan State knew what to do. After a while, the special envoy of the palace also came over. Our lord has agreed to your request, but there are so many spirit stones. Even if we gather the power of our entire country, we can't get them in a short time. We need some time to collect them. Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. Of course, Li Changsheng was not afraid that the other party would go back on his word. He believed that with this deterrence, unless the lord of Anan state was out of his mind, he would never dare to provoke him easily. After Li Changsheng left Anan state, the news about what he had done in Anan state began to spread. It had never happened before that he had single-handedly suppressed a country and forced it to bow its head. At the same time, it also sounded the alarm for many forces that were ready to make a move. Those who were superstitious and advocated for invincible martial arts shut their mouths one after another. At the same time, there were also some forces that were making intensive arrangements. Anan state attacked Li Changsheng because there were several forces behind it. They didn't know if Li Changsheng had seen through the truth of the matter, but the revenge of such a powerhouse was unbearable for any country. Within the dragon group of Great Hua State, Dragon General Shu Taiping, who had been frustrated by Li Changsheng, couldn't help but laugh happily when he heard about what Li Changsheng had done in Anan state. At the same time, he was faintly worried. Great Hua State had Li Changsheng. Would there be Wang Changsheng and Zhong Changsheng? These people were so powerful that one of them could fight against thousands of soldiers. Facing such a powerhouse, how could he govern them in the future? At this time, Li Changsheng had already left Anan state and officially returned to Great Hua State. The spirit stones in Anan state hadn't been collected yet, so he had to wait for a while. As for the force behind the scenes, Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Li Changsheng took a plane back. The first time he went there, it was to kill people. This time, he came back as if he was on a scenic tour and was much more leisurely. When the plane landed and left, he walked out of the airport and saw a row of strong men with imposing auras outside the airport. In front of the strong men was a middle-aged man. After seeing Li Changsheng, he immediately greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm the commander of the Dragon Group, Shu Taiping. I'm here to welcome the return of the hero." Anan State had directly launched a missile, which was tantamount to provoking Great Hua State's dignity. However, facing the current complicated international situation, Great Hua State could only temporarily endure this and wait until the next day to settle the score with Anan State. Everyone was holding back their anger. Li Changsheng killed his way to Anan State and made the entire Anan State bow down to him. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a hero. It turns out to be the commander of the Dragon Group. Li Changsheng shook hands with Shu Taiping. He also knew from Yi Shuang that the Dragon Group was one of the two newly established teams of Great Hua State, just like the Berserkers. "I wonder what General Shu is here to welcome me personally. Is there anything?" Li Changsheng knew that this Dragon General was the same as the commander of the Berserkers, Chen Xueming. They were both popular figures in Great Hua State. Since he was here to welcome him personally, there must be something. "Mr. Li is now the chief instructor of the Berserkers. We can be considered colleagues. I'm just here to remind Mr. Li of something." Mr. Li killed his way to Anan State and showed off his power, but it also made many forces in the world feel uneasy. Today, many mysterious people quietly entered the country. "I'm afraid they are here for Mr. Li. Although Mr. Li is strong, you still have to be careful. Many of these people are stronger than the 4 supreme Magi of Anan State." Chapter 965. While Li Changsheng was being received by Shu Taiping, countless nobles and ministers of the Fusang country were worshipping in front of a temple. Above the temple, a huge shadow of a monster was slowly condensing. It was a huge snake with 8 heads. Each head of the snake was extremely ferocious. Behind it were dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. It was like the end of the world. "Orokai, the great god, has appeared," the leading minister said in a trembling voice. Li Changsheng had forced Anan State to bow down and was known as the most powerful person in the world. The instigator behind Anan State was Fu Sang. Rumble. With a huge roar, the temple shone brightly, and then all the strange phenomena disappeared. The door of the temple opened, and a stooped old man walked out. However, the old man's eyes were blood-red, which gave people a strange feeling. "Greetings, Orokai." Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. The old man chuckled and grabbed a soldier from the side. Then, a huge head stretched out from the back of the soldier and swallowed the soldier in an instant. Crack. Gulp. The soldier was swallowed whole. Many ministers of the Fusang country present trembled. This tastes good. Orokai cackled. His voice was very creepy. This time, you have sacrificed so many superb items. What do you want me to do? The old man looked at the minister in the front. Reporting to the great god, there is a super powerful person in the Earth Celestial stage in Daehua. We hope that the great god can help us kill him. In the future, we are willing to use the power of the whole country to worship you. You will become the only master god of Fusang. It turns out to be an Earth Celestial, haha. The flesh and blood of an Earth Celestial must be delicious. Where is this person? I will kill him now. Reporting to the great god, that person has just left Anan state. We don't know his whereabouts, but he has established a sect called the Verdant Sect on the sea. As long as the Verdant Sect is in danger, he will definitely appear. Okay, let's go to the Verdant Sect. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a warrior immediately walked out of the crowd. This is the Kurosa Yoshida samurai. He is also the only person in our country who has reached the peak of swordsmanship after the 3 great sword saints of the warring states. Fusang country's sword saint is already infinitely close to the Earth Celestial stage. Alright, let him accompany me on this trip. Above the sea, on the Myriad Demon Island, was the headquarters of the Verdant Sect. In front of the Myriad Demon Island was the place where Zhu Hong, Tong Xian, Wang Hua, and the others cultivated. Behind them was the place where the 6 demon kings sat a day. Demonic chi soared into the sky, forming a spectacle. Since the return of Li Changsheng and the destruction of the Immortal Palace, the Verdant Sect had become the undisputed #1 sect in China. The 6 great demon kings were all finger-profound realm experts. Although sect master Zhu Hong was only half a step into the finger-profound realm, he had long since verified his battle prowess. He could kill finger-profound realm experts. Although the Great Ox was a rising star, his combat strength was definitely the #1 in the Verdant Sect. This was equivalent to having 8 finger-profound realm experts. As for Liu Chong, Zhu Na, Xing Hu, and the others, their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds after the recovery of spirit chi. Among the many demon generals, there were also people who stood out. The Azure Gate alone was stronger than more than a dozen other sects. Today, the Demon Island was bustling with excitement. Recently, new forces were born every day on the sea. There were also some ancient forces coming into being. They were fighting endlessly for the sake of competing for territory. Zhu Hong specially invited all the forces to gather on the Myriad Demon Island to help resolve the grudges between the forces on the sea and let both sides live in harmony. With the Verdant Sect's current strength, no one dared to disrespect them. Many of the new forces were not familiar with the Verdant Sect and were discussing in low voices. Although the Verdant Sect master Zhu Hong has the strength to fight finger-profound realm experts, I see that the Giant Bone Snake King, the White Bear Demon King, and the others are all stronger than him. Why are they willing to listen to his orders? Although the 6 great demon kings are strong, the most powerful in the Verdant Sect is the Great Ox. The Great Ox is said to be the mount of Zhu Hong's master and is loyal to the Verdant Sect. If someone doesn't listen to Zhu Hong, the Great Ox will be the first to disagree. What? The Great Ox, the most powerful in the Verdant Sect, is someone else's mount? Then who is Zhu Hong's master? Even Zhu Hong's master doesn't know. You small sects have been hidden from the world for too long. You are really ignorant. He is the Verdant Sect's divine ancestor, the world's most powerful expert, Li Changsheng. That Li Changsheng is not ordinary. Just a few days ago, the entire Anan state bowed down to him. There are very few people in the world who can compete with him. So Li Changsheng is the Verdant Sect's divine ancestor. No wonder the Verdant Sect is so powerful. While they were talking, Zhu Hong came in accompanied by 3 junior brothers. Li Changsheng's eldest disciple, Zhu Hong, second disciple, Tong Xian, third disciple, Wang Hua, and fourth disciple, Mai Tsangshu. Although the 4 of them were young, each of them had an extraordinary bearing. Today, I gathered everyone here to talk about the recent battles on the sea. I want to be the middleman. Zhu Hong sat down and said faintly. He was no longer the blockhead he was when Li Changsheng first accepted him as a disciple. His every move carried the aura of a superior. We will listen to Sect Master Ju. The leaders of several sects below spoke one after another. At first, some of the demons were not convinced, but with the appearance of the giant bone snake king, the white bear demon king, and other demons, they suddenly quieted down. The battle on the sea is nothing more than territory. Today, we will draw up the rules and determine the size and boundary of our own territory. Try not to reach into other people's territory. While Ju Hong was talking, the entire demon island suddenly trembled. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came in. Where is the verdant sect's divine ancestor, Li Changsheng? Let him come out to die. The voice was not very loud, but it made the entire demon island tremble. One must know that the demon island was covered with layers of formations. Even if there was an earthquake or tsunami, it would not be affected at all. But now, it was shaking, indicating the terrifying strength of the other party. Who is this? How dare he provoke the verdant sect? It seems that he doesn't put the people of verdant sect in his eyes. Many people were talking about it. Ju Hong's face darkened. He immediately stood up and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the hall, he saw a knife in the distance cut the huge plaque with the words Verdant Sect in half. He is Kurosa Yoshida, the sword sage of Fusang country. It is said that his strength is almost comparable to that of an earth celestial. Does he want to challenge Li Changsheng? Someone recognized the identity of Kurosa Yoshida. Ju Hong's face was as cold as frost. He pointed at the other party and said, "How dare you destroy the plaque of our verdant sect? Do you think our verdant sect is easy to bully?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already grasped the handle of his knife in his hand. However, the warrior of Fusang country did not answer. Instead, he stepped aside and made way for the old man standing behind him. The old man sneered. Before Ju Hong could do anything, he raised his hand and turned it into a palm print. Then, he hit Ju Hong. Feeling the horror of the old man's control, Ju Hong's face changed. He hurriedly pulled out his long knife and turned it into a green knife light. However, the knife light fell on the palm print and was instantly offset. At the same time, the palm print hit Ju Hong's chest and sent him flying backward. After Ju Hong landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Suddenly, the hall fell into silence. Chapter 966. Hiss. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Ju Hong was young, his strength was absolutely terrifying. Even the hall master of the Immortal Palace was almost killed by Ju Hong, but now he couldn't withstand a casual blow from him. Who exactly are you? Ju Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, got up from the ground, and stared at the old man. Orokai. The old man just spat out two words indifferently. Suddenly, the expressions of many people present changed. Orokai of Fusang country is a legendary evil beast. In the myths and legends, he should have been killed. I didn't expect him to appear in the world. You can take a palm from me and not die. You're quite strong. The old man's voice was hoarse. He gently raised his palm, and another palm print fell on Ju Hong. Senior brother, be careful, Wang Hua exclaimed and reminded him. The other members of the verdant sect also looked solemn. Over the years, Ju Hong's strength had been improving every day. It could be said that he was making rapid progress. Although he couldn't compare to a powerhouse like the giant Bone Snake King, he could definitely be ranked in the top few in the verdant sect. Hula. Ju Hong slashed out the blade light in his hand again, but the result was still the same. The palm print landed on his chest, and he was sent flying again. This time, his chest collapsed. It took a long time for him to get up, but he couldn't stand steadily. Obviously, Ju Hong had lost the ability to fight again. This person is too strong. Everyone in the verdant sect was nervous. Orokai, you dare to run wild in the verdant sect today. When my master comes back, he will turn you into ashes with just a finger. The giant Bone Snake King stood up. You're the giant Bone Snake King? 3 years ago, a fleet of my Fusang country was slaughtered by you because they spoke disrespectfully to you. You even turned a deaf ear to my name, the great god Orokai. The old man's eyes were particularly strange. When he landed on the giant Bone Snake King's body, the giant bone snake king suddenly felt the surrounding void solidify. Then, two red lights shot out from his eyes, merged into one in the air, and hit the giant bone snake king. The red light whistled through the air, causing giant bone snake king to feel a sense of danger. In a moment of desperation, giant bone snake king conjured a huge black snake phantom behind it to meet the red light. Almost instantly, the black snake phantom was shattered, and the red light hit the giant bone snake king's body. Poochie. The giant bone snake king's shoulder was pierced, and blood instantly flowed out. Your strength is not bad. You can be my subordinate. The old man nodded slightly. The giant bone snake king had cultivated into a demon through the spiritual consciousness of the serpent skeleton. In a sense, it was the same as Orokai. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder raised his palm and formed a huge palm print. He grabbed at the giant bone snake king, wanting to subdue him on the spot. Stop. At this time, the white bear beast king, mighty elephant king, lion camel beast king, golden pheasant beast king, wild boar beast king, and the other 5 beast kings rushed towards the old man at the same time. However, even if the 5 demon kings attacked together, they were still no match for Yamata no Orokai. Soon, they were all sent flying. I'll send all of you on your way. Yamata no Orokai was surrounded by a black aura. A huge snake head opened its ferocious mouth. In his eyes, all of them were delicacies. At this moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the head of the huge snake. The head of the snake was split open and its flesh was torn apart. An old man in armor appeared on the scene. It was the Great Ox, the second most powerful person in the Verdant sect, other than Li Changsheng. To be able to injure one of my heads, it seems that there are still some powerful people in the Verdant sect. As soon as Yamata no Orochi's voice fell, the head behind him that was injured suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Then, a green poisonous substance was spat out from its mouth, whizzing towards the Great Ox. Boom! The Great Ox held a long spear in his hand and stabbed out. It seemed as if he was going to pierce a hole in the sky. However, the moment the spear collided with the poisonous substance, the Great Ox's expression changed drastically. He changed from attacking to defending and turned into a shadow of the spear. However, his body was still hit by the poisonous substance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated more than 10 meters before escaping the poisonous fog. Everyone in the field widened their eyes. They didn't expect that even the Great Ox would be defeated. The Great Ox's combat strength was equivalent to the peak of the Finger Profound Realm, infinitely close to the Earth Immortal Realm. Could it be that Yamata no Orokai is already an Earth Immortal Realm master? Whether it was the people from the Verdant sect or the other sects, they were all looking at Yamata no Orokai with fear. What's the big deal about the Earth Immortal Realm? My master can destroy you with a wave of his hand when he returns, Mai Tsungshu said loudly as he pulled out the long sword in his hand. The others also took out their weapons and their aura rose. Obviously, no matter how powerful Yamata no Orokai was, they were going to fight to the death. From the 2 attacks of Yamata no Orokai, it could be seen that his strength was far beyond the people from the Verdant sect. However, no one from the Verdant sect showed fear on their faces. However, in the face of the people from the Verdant sect, Yamata no Orokai just smiled coldly. What Li Changsheng? What Supreme Master? From today on, I will be the master of the Verdant sect. I will wait for Li Changsheng to come. If he comes one day later, I will kill one person until the Verdant sect is annihilated by me. Yamata no Orokai waved his hand and the wild boar monster king, one of the 6 monster kings, was bitten by the huge snake head and swallowed into its mouth. It was chewed into pieces. Hiss. Everyone in the field sucked in a breath of cold air. Then Yamata no Orokai swaggered into the main hall of the Verdant sect. The leaders of the other sects who had been accompanying the Demon Island for the past 2 days were scared out of their wits when they saw this situation. As soon as they left the island, they saw a knife light falling from the sky and cutting them in half. It was Kurosa Yoshida who was ordered to guard the island and kill anyone who left. Therefore, everyone stayed on the island obediently. At the same time, the news that Yamata no Orokai was going to challenge Li Changsheng spread like wildfire. The whole world was shocked. Yamata no Orokai is going to be born. Isn't he a mythical creature? Yamata no Orokai is an evil beast. It is said that there is a sword hidden in his body, or even an evil thing. This Yamata no Orokai existed thousands of years ago. I don't know how terrifying his strength is now. Is Li Changsheng really his opponent? People were talking about it everywhere in the world. Not only Dahua, but also Fusang, Anlai, Siam, and a certain United States. Li Changsheng had forced a Nan state to bow its head and displayed the power to fight against a country alone. Orokai god was a product of deified legends, so the commotion caused by the battle between the two could be imagined. If Li Changsheng doesn't accept the challenge, I am afraid no one in the Verdant sect will survive. I heard that Yamata no Orokai loves to eat blood. Although Li Changsheng is powerful, I don't think he is the opponent of Yamata no Orokai. I once got a secret news that Yamata no Orokai was an earth immortal 1,000 years ago. At this time, Li Changsheng had just received a truck of spirit stones from a Nan state. He was in seclusion and knew nothing about the outside world. Chapter 967. Orokai was in charge of the Demon Island and Kurosa Yoshida was sitting cross-legged on the beach every day. Anyone who tried to escape would be killed by him. So far, 7 senior members of the Verdant sect had fallen. Among the 6 Monster Kings, the Golden Rooster Monster King, the Lion Camel Monster King, and the Mighty Elephant Monster King were all killed by him. At the same time, many old monsters from all over the world came to the Demon Island to witness this shocking battle. Orokai is an evil beast in the myths of Fusang country. He is a creature that survived the mythological era. He is too famous. I heard that Kurosa Yoshida is a strong man who is half a step away from the Earth celestial stage. A strong man like him is willing to be the servant of Orokai. How powerful is Orokai? This battle will definitely be the greatest battle in 1,000 years. However, that Li Changsheng still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he's hiding and doesn't dare to appear? There is a feud between Diehua and Fusang. If Li Changsheng doesn't dare to fight, Diehua will be disgraced. All kinds of voices were heard. The world was alarmed. At this time, in a secret base of the Dragon Group, Dragon General Shu Taiping was anxiously pacing back and forth outside. If Mr. Li doesn't come out, all the masters of the Verdant sect will be killed. Orokai is too powerful. If there is no other way, we can only use those weapons. Hearing Shu Taiping's words, the deputy next to him shook his head. No. Once that thing is used, even if it can kill Orokai, the Western countries will not sit back and do nothing. It will be a disaster. At this time, in the secret room, the dense spiritual qi formed a vortex and integrated into Li Changsheng's body. When the last wisp of spiritual qi entered his body, his eyes suddenly opened. The energy in my body is almost saturated. It seems that I have to leave the earth as soon as possible to face the next thunder tribulation. Hey! What is Shu Taiping doing outside? When Li Changsheng was cultivating, he used a formation to isolate himself from the outside world in order not to be disturbed. Now that he had finished cultivating and removed the formation, he immediately noticed the abnormality outside. When Li Changsheng walked out of the secret chamber, Shu Taiping's anxious face finally revealed a look of ecstasy. Mr. Li, something bad has happened. The evil god of Fusang country, Orokai, has appeared and sealed off the Demon Island. He wants to have a decisive battle with you. As long as you don't appear, he will kill 1 expert of the Azure School every day. 4 of the 6 demon kings of the Azure sect have already died at his hands, as well as a few demon generals. He said that if you don't come out to fight by nightfall today, he will kill your eldest disciple, Ju Hong. What? Li Changsheng's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. I haven't even gone to find trouble with him, but he actually came to find trouble with me first. It's a good opportunity for me to settle the grudges of my ancestors. After that, Li Changsheng walked out. He couldn't wait to kill Yamata no Orokai. Mr. Li, please wait. I'll go with you, Shu Taiping said and directly called for a private plane to fly overseas. As the plane took off, the news of Li Changsheng coming out of seclusion instantly spread all over the world. Li Changsheng, the most powerful man of the Great Hua country, had appeared and went to the Demon Island. A shocking battle was about to begin. Is Li Changsheng finally coming? Orokai, who was sitting in the central hall of the Demon Island, soon received the news. I thought he wouldn't dare to appear. I'd like to see what's so great about the most powerful man of the great Hua country. Orokai didn't care about Li Changsheng at all. He was very confident in his strength. As a creature who survived the mythological era, his battle strength had reached the peak 1,000 years ago before the heavenly Tao suppressed the realm. He was one of the few people on Earth who had broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Outside the Demon Island, Kurosa Yoshida was sitting on a rock with a long sword in his hand, resting with his eyes closed. He was also waiting for the arrival of Li Changsheng. Everyone said that Li Changsheng was invincible, but he wanted to meet Li Changsheng before Li Changsheng fought with Orokai. If I can take Li Changsheng's head with the sword in my hand, I will be famous forever, Kurosa Yoshida muttered to himself. Not only for fame, but he also urgently needed a battle to break through the highest realm of martial arts. Master is finally coming. Even the indifferent giant Bone Snake King was excited at this moment. Arjuna covered her face and cried. These days, the Verdant sect had been shrouded in great fear. No one knew who Orokai was going to kill the next day. Every day, they watched their former companions die in front of them, and they were full of helplessness. How sad was that? Master will definitely kill Yamata no Orokai when he returns. Ju Hong muttered to himself. Originally, Orokai said that he was going to kill him the next day, and he was ready to die, but with the appearance of Li Changsheng, everything was unnecessary. Time passed by, and more strong people gathered outside the Demon Island, and Kurosa Yoshida was also waiting silently. Finally, the moment the sun rose in the sky, the originally calm sea suddenly shook violently. A tornado whizzed over from the horizon, forming a strange phenomenon that looked like a dragon sucking in water. A green figure stood on top of the sea tornado. His hair danced in the wind as if he was the supreme god of the sea. Li Changsheng finally appeared, and Kurosa Yoshida, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, looking at Li Changsheng on the tornado, and slowly pulled out the long sword in his hand. Fusang Country's sword Saint Kurosa Yoshida wants to learn from your excellency. Kurosa Yoshida shouted loudly to Li Changsheng on the tornado. Even though the sea was turbulent and the waves were loud, it still couldn't cover his voice. Didn't they say that Yamata Arhat would fight against Li Changsheng? Why is his servant going to fight? Orokai is such a high position, I'm afraid he wants his servant to test Li Changsheng first, and if he can pass the test of his servant, then he is qualified to challenge him. I heard that Kurosa Yoshida is a half-step Earth Immortal, and the only sword saint after Miyamoto Musashi in Fusang Country. Maybe he really has the strength to fight Li Changsheng. Everyone was discussing. Li Changsheng finally turned his gaze towards Kurosa Yoshida, who was brimming with battle intent. However, he only shook his head lightly. You want to challenge me? Yes. Kurosa Yoshida nodded, and his aura kept rising. When his aura reached the peak, Li Changsheng silently waved his hand, and a sword light came down from the sky. The long sword in Kurosa Yoshida's hand broke instantly, and he was cut into two under the sword light. Suddenly, the noisy crowd stopped, and the surrounding fell into silence, only the whistling sound of the tornado echoed between the sea and the sky. Chapter 968. Kurosa Yoshida died just like that. Everyone fell into a daze. Kurosa Yoshida was very close to the Earth Celestial Realm. He was the only sword sage in Fusang Country in the past 300 years. Isn't this Li Changsheng too terrifying? At first, the experts who had rushed over didn't feel that Li Changsheng was that terrifying. They felt that a large part of the reason why Anan State bowed down was that Li Changsheng had killed his way into the capital, so they couldn't use too powerful weapons. But now, this idea had completely disappeared. To be honest, none of the experts here were sure that they could defeat Kurosa Yoshida. However, he was killed by Li Changsheng easily. This showed that the gap between Kurosa Yoshida and Li Changsheng was really huge. Orokai, come out and die. Li Changsheng stood on the tornado and his voice came into the green door. The disciples of the green door trembled with excitement. Orokai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't expect that Kurosa Yoshida would be defeated so quickly. It seems that he is a worthy opponent for me to fight. Orokai walked out of the hall of the green door step by step and flew up. He stepped on the roof of the hall. Rumble. The hall, which was protected by countless arrays, collapsed instantly. Orokai was trying to intimidate Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng didn't change his expression. He had already made up his mind to kill Orokai. This couldn't increase his killing intent anymore. Orokai, I heard that you killed my 4 monster kings and my eldest disciple, Ju Hong. Li Changsheng's voice came from afar. Even though the surrounding waves were rumbling, his voice clearly fell into everyone's ears. Ha, ha. Not only will I kill your eldest disciple, but I will also kill you, Li Changsheng. Go to hell. Orokai dashed toward Li Changsheng quickly. Behind him, the shadow of a huge snake with 8 heads appeared and pounced on Li Changsheng together with Orokai. Puff. Li Changsheng stood on top of the tornado and sent out a saber light. The saber light turned into 1,000 feet long and came crashing down. The serpent's phantom was immediately shattered into pieces. As for Yamata no Orokai, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. How is this possible? A look of surprise finally appeared on Yamata Arhat's face. In the next second, the sword light in Li Changsheng's hand condensed again. Boom! The sword chi was vast and mighty, separating heaven and earth. Under the sword light, Yamata no could only parry and was powerless to resist. At this moment, Yamata no Orochi's expression changed completely. Looks like I have to use my real body. Yamata no Orochi's body twisted, and with a loud rumble, he turned into a monster that was 300 meters long, with 8 heads and 8 tails. It was his original form, Yamata no Orokai. The 8 heads of this monster were extremely ferocious. One of them spat out poison, one of them spat out fire, one of them spat out frost, and one of them spat out a storm. Each head represented an attribute. When the 8 heads came out together, all kinds of energy rushed toward Li Changsheng. Petty tricks. Li Changsheng directly took out the cold light sword, and a cold light flashed like lightning from the 9 heavens and blasted on one of the heads. That head instantly split open. At the same time, Yamata no Orokai let out a tragic hiss, but the head that was torn apart condensed again a few seconds later. Haha. My body is immortal. Li Changsheng, I must tear you into pieces. Li Changsheng's actions had clearly angered the other party. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. At this moment, Li Changsheng actually put away his treasured sword. Then, he ran in the sky and raised his fist to meet the attack. Stupid Huaxia. How dare you compete with me in terms of physical strength? Yamata no Orokai sneered. Yamata no Orokai was a monster that survived from the mythological era. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and it was also his biggest reliance. If Li Changsheng used magic, he would have some scruples, but seeing Li Changsheng wanting to compete with him in terms of physical strength, he felt that Li Changsheng was clearly courting death. Li Changsheng rushed to the front of Yamata Orokai. His body looked extremely small compared to Yamata Orochi's huge body. But in the next second, Li Changsheng suddenly grabbed one of Yamata no Orochi's tails and swung it hard. Suddenly, Yamata no Orokai, which was hundreds of meters long, was swung up by him and smashed on the demon island. The earth cracked, and Yamata no Orochi's skin was smashed open. And this was not the end. Li Changsheng continued to swing. The sea was startled, and the other snake heads roared angrily. 8 heads opened their mouths and were about to bite Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng suddenly punched one of the heads. Bang! It directly exploded. Before the new head had time to grow, Li Changsheng pulled it down along with its neck. Ah! Terrifying sound waves shook the world. Li Changsheng and Yamata no Orokai were entangled in a fight. That huge body could not do anything to Li Changsheng. Every time Li Changsheng punched, Yamata no Orochi's skin would be torn open, and blood would drip. The demon island was constantly shaking, no less than a magnitude 10 earthquake. On the surface of the sea, the waves were monstrous. Li Changsheng's fist fell and directly separated the sea surface, revealing the sand on the seabed. Countless spectators were frightened. This was simply a battle between gods. Li Changsheng condensed all the Zhen Yuan in his body into a fist and punched out. Boom! Yamata no Orochi's body directly exploded in the air, and his blood completely dyed the sea red. You forced me to do this. The torn body of Yamata no Orochi condensed together in the sky. Just as he said, he was almost immortal. However, every time Li Changsheng shattered his body, his aura weakened a lot. It seemed that as long as he kept fighting, Yamata no Orochi would eventually turn into ashes. Hiss! A crimson sword was spat out from Yamata no Orochi's mouth. This was the innate evil sword of Yamata no Orochi, and it was also his real trump card. Originally, Yamata no Orochi did not intend to use it, but at this moment, under Li Changsheng's terrifying attack, he would die if he did not use it. As soon as the sword appeared, an evil aura immediately filled the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was actually blood red. The light around the sword became brighter and brighter, and finally, with a whoosh, it burst toward Li Changsheng. Come on! The ardent dragon spear appeared in Li Changsheng's hand, and he stabbed forward. Rumble! In an instant, it collided with the crimson sword, and a terrifying energy burst out. The surrounding void was all shattered. The crimson sword was directly hit and turned back, and Li Changsheng's body also moved back 100 meters. Interesting. Even Li Changsheng could not help but feel a little surprised. With your strength, it's already very impressive that you were forced to move back. This sword is mine. Li Changsheng laughed heartily as he transformed into a gigantic palm print. A huge handprint blotted out the sky, and a spatial power was formed out of thin air, grabbing the treasured sword in its hand. The sword kept moving left and right in the giant palm print, and it actually pierced countless small holes in the giant palm print. It was about to break through the defense of the giant palm print and fly out. Haha! Li Changsheng, this sword is my life treasure, how can you control it? Yamata no Orochi stared at Li Changsheng coldly and viciously. Is that so? Li Changsheng remembered the broken stone furnace he obtained at the auction last time, and directly took out the stone furnace. Clang! The stone furnace turned into the size of a house and enveloped the crimson sword. However, the stone furnace was a defective product, and there was no cover on it. Seeing that the sword was about to fly out, Li Changsheng took out the mysterious stone seal he obtained in the Zhenwu ruins last time. The stone seal and the stone furnace had a lot of similarities, so he simply used the stone seal as a cover and covered the stone furnace. Catcher! Suddenly, the stone furnace became complete. As for the scarlet sword, it continued to clash inside the stone furnace, producing clanging sounds. However, it was unable to break through the defense. Li Changsheng bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood essence into the stone seal. Rumble! The stone seal exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, and a huge ancient word directly pressed down. The crimson sword began to tremble under the stone seal, and then it stopped moving. How is this possible? Orochi's face completely changed. When Li Changsheng's eyes fell on him, he was suddenly scared out of his wits and turned to escape without hesitation. That treasured sword was already his greatest trump card. Even the treasured sword had been taken away by Li Changsheng. If he continued to stay, he was afraid that only death would await him. Want to run? It's not that easy. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, and his body turned into a green light, chasing in the direction of Orochi's escape. Two rays of light instantly crossed the sea and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, like shooting stars, in an instant. All the spectators were dumbfounded. Yamata no Orochi had fled. Li Changsheng suppressed Orochi from the beginning to the end. This Li Changsheng is worthy of being the strongest master in the world. Even Orochi is not his opponent. Not only is he not his opponent, but the gap between them is simply too big. Li Changsheng's strength is rarely seen since ancient times. Even in the mythological era, he can be called an ancestor. I really don't understand how he cultivated to be so strong. From now on, I am afraid that no one in the world can defeat Li Changsheng. All kinds of discussions sounded. At this time, the people of Azure sect also came out of the sect. At this moment, they saw that the demon island was in a mess and was in ruins. Li Changsheng deliberately led the battle to the sea. Otherwise, the Demon Island would have been destroyed long ago. 100 miles away, on a huge cruise ship, Dragon General Shu Taiping and many members of the Dragon Group were sitting in the command room. The scene of the battle between the two was projected on the largest screen. It's too terrifying. I didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so powerful. With this person in Daehua, the country will be stable forever. Not only Shu Taiping, but even the berserker Chen Xueming and several real big shots of Daehua watched the battle through satellite images. On the same day, a secret message was passed down from the top of Daehua. Try your best to win over the Azure sect and protect Li Changsheng's relatives and friends. Also, you will confer Li Changsheng the title of National War God, whose status is equal to the highest in Daehua. However, Li Changsheng did not know about this news. At this moment, he had chased Orokai to Fusang Island. Chapter 969. However, after he entered the island, he lost the trace of Orokai. Li Changsheng found that he had completely lost the trace of Orokai as soon as he entered Fusang country. It was like mud falling into the sea, disappearing without a trace. What the hell is going on? With the speed of Orokai, how could he escape from my perception? It must have something to do with Fusang Island. Li Changsheng was lost in thought. He had to kill an expert like Yamata no Orokai. Otherwise, once he left Earth, no one would be able to stop him. Moreover, he had killed his 4 monster kings. Although the 4 monster kings were later subdued by Li Changsheng, they had to pay with their lives for killing his subordinates. As long as Orokai is hiding in Fusang Island, I don't believe that I can't find you. Li Changsheng landed from the sky and found that this was a relatively prosperous city. He walked directly into a coffee house, while thinking about how Orokai left. Orokai had lived for thousands of years. Fusang Island was equivalent to his nest. He must have set up countless backup plans. Li Changsheng really couldn't figure out how he could hide from his perception. Soon after Li Changsheng sat down, he heard a rush of footsteps from the stairs. Then, a group of men in black stood in 2 neat rows. A middle-aged man came out. "Are you Mr. Li Changsheng?" The man said in Chinese, which was not fluent. "I am. What can I do for you?" Li Changsheng tasted his coffee quietly. Many of the surrounding guests revealed looks of fear. These people were from the Shenyang Society, which was a notorious organization in Fusang country. "Mr. Li Changsheng, I came here on the order of our president. Our president sent a message to you on behalf of several high-level officials of Fusang country. Regarding the matter of Orokai, we are willing to make a certain amount of compensation. We hope that it can appease your anger. Mr. Li, you can leave Fusang country after taking the compensation. What do you think? So, the higher-ups of your country are willing to pay for Orochi's life?" Li Changsheng shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I swore in my heart before I came here that Orokai must die. So, please go back and tell your master behind the scenes that they'd better not interfere and let me kill Orokai. Otherwise, be careful of their heads." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately became furious. "Mr. Li, this is Fusang country, not an An state. Do you think we can bow to you like an An state? If you don't leave, we have many ways to punish you. I hope you don't make a mistake. Can I take that as a threat?" Li Changsheng's voice also turned cold. "So what?" The other party held his head high and chest out. Although Li Changsheng was powerful, he also had his own trump cards. Hearing the argument here, many of the surrounding guests were trembling with fear. The two of them were conversing in Chinese, so most of the Japanese people couldn't understand them. However, in the corner, there were 2 girls who looked surprised. Who is this person? He even dares to offend the people of the Shenyang Society. He seems to be a Chinese person. He looks so domineering. He just angered the Shenyang Society. I don't know who he is, but I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage in Fusang. The 2 girls were both Chinese people who came to Fusang for a vacation. They were very familiar with the status of the Shenyang Society in Fusang country. They were inextricably linked to the government. A small spokesperson dares to be arrogant in front of me. Even your president wouldn't dare to be like this. Li Changsheng snorted and suddenly waved his hand. In the next second, the representative of the Xianyang Society exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! There was a scream in the room. In the next moment, Li Changsheng had already disappeared from his position. The subordinates that the middle-aged man had brought along fell one after another like a sickle cutting wheat. It was Li Changsheng who took their lives before leaving. Is he a god? The two girls who were hiding in the corner were completely dumbfounded. After killing the people of the Xianyang Society, Li Changsheng didn't go far. Instead, he strolled on the street. Since the people of Fusang country came to negotiate with him, it meant that they had already seen Orokai. Instead of wandering around like a headless fly, he might as well wait for the big shots of Fusang to appear and ask them about Orokai. Not long after he strolled on the street, he saw a dense crowd of people blocking both ends of the street. They appeared at the end of the street and looked at Li Changsheng coldly. Li Changsheng, I'll give you one more chance. Leave Fusang country immediately. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a bottomless abyss. Ha ha. Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh disdainfully when he heard that. You want to deal with me with just your subordinates? Li Changsheng, I know that you are powerful. Of course, we can't deal with you. But I just want to remind you that countless missiles have locked on to your position. If you leave, naturally, those missiles won't be launched. If you don't leave, you will be blown to pieces in the next second. Won't you be buried with me under the missiles? Li Changsheng said coldly. Haha. As a citizen of Fusang, it's my honor to sacrifice myself for the country. You're really unreasonable. Li Changsheng shook his head. But do you think that since I've come to Fusang country, I'll be afraid of your missiles? Don't you know what happened in Anan State? Anan State did launch a missile at you, but it didn't kill you. But we asked Orokai. He said that even if he faced such a missile, he couldn't be unscathed. It means that you must have dodged it in some way. But today, you won't be able to avoid it. 36 missiles, a total of 36 missiles, all prepared for you. For this, Fusang country did not hesitate to sacrifice dozens of soldiers like me, as well as countless civilians and an entire city. Li Changsheng, you should feel honored. No one has received such treatment. As long as you leave, none of this will happen. I won't leave. Let your boss open fire. Do you think you can destroy me by destroying a city? Li Changsheng smiled coldly. Li Changsheng, you asked for it. As soon as his voice fell, he picked up the communication microphone and said coldly, you should have heard it. As soon as his voice fell, boom. A huge warhead aimed at Li Changsheng's position and fell from the sky. However, before the warhead fell, Li Changsheng punched out. The fist force and the warhead collided in the air. Bang! Violent energy exploded from the sky. Under the raging energy, countless tall buildings were cut from half and collapsed. The whole earth began to shake. The middle-aged man who was ready to sacrifice himself for his country just now had an incredulous look on his face at this moment. Li Changsheng could really take a missile with his bare hands and was unscathed. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 30 missiles whizzed over from all directions. When they fell, the whole city was in crisis. The two Chinese women who had just run out of the coffee shop saw this scene and their faces were full of despair. They never thought that Fusang country would launch missiles at their city. Just when the two of them were in despair, a figure suddenly rose into the air like a big bird. In the hand of the figure, a huge palm covered the whole sky. More than 30 missiles were all held in the palm. Bang! 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 A violent explosion of energy erupted. The sky seemed to be trembling. The surging energy never shattered Li Changsheng's palm. When the explosion stopped, Li Changsheng gently waved his hand and turned it into a circle. The energy in the sky was compressed into a palm-sized ball by him. He held the ball and flew directly in the direction of the palace. Li Changsheng dares to come to Fusang country and behave atrociously. Does he really think that Fusang country and Anan country are so easy to bully? This wave of missiles will destroy a city. He will definitely die. In the command center, the minister in charge of the army said coldly. The people behind him nodded. However, the image on the big screen suddenly changed. The energy of the explosion was compressed into a ball by Li Changsheng and then flew straight in the direction of the palace. The power of more than 30 missiles. What is he going to do? The minister had a bad premonition in his heart. If this ball was thrown into the palace, it would probably be the biggest disaster in the history of Fusang country. Quickly inform His Majesty and the members of the royal family to move and let the air defense force intercept. Orders were issued one after another. In the sky, fighter jets flew towards Li Changsheng's location. Counting carefully, there were more than 300 fighter jets. Good timing. Li Changsheng did not slow down. He raised his hand and a sword light came out. In an instant, more than a dozen fighter jets were cut into scrap iron and fell from the sky. At this moment, the remaining fighter jets were scared and fled in all directions. Oh my God! Is he still a human? He is simply a demon god. He is a demon. In the command center, many ministers were ashen-faced. Quickly find someone to negotiate with Li Changsheng. Tell him that we are willing to tell him the whereabouts of Yamata no Orokai. The minister was completely flustered. But who should he talk to? Everyone present looked at each other. Li Changsheng was so terrifying. Who dared to face him directly? Chapter 970. Just as the ministers were hesitating, Li Changsheng slashed 18 times at the sky. More than 300 fighter jets were all destroyed. His figure turned into a stream of light and went straight to the palace. The more than 30 missiles in his hand condensed into energy balls and were thrown in the direction of the palace. Boom. Following an earth-shattering boom, a large number of buildings were pushed down by the energy or turned into debris. Intense tremors came from the ground. The ministers in the command center felt a tremor under their feet, and their faces turned pale. The palace was blown up. The moment the palace was blown up, an 8-headed monster covered in blood rushed out of the explosion. It was Yamata no Arhat. So you were hiding in the palace. He grabbed the scorching dragon spear in his hand and threw it from a distance. Boom. There was a roar in the void. The scorching dragon spear turned into a stream of light and pierced into Yamata no Arhat's body. A shrill scream was heard. Yamata no Arhat's huge body was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scorching dragon spear was trembling. Finally, when Yamata no Arhat was completely dried up and turned into ashes, the scorching dragon spear shone like a small sun. It absorbed the blood essence and soul of Yamata no Arhat and seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. Li Changsheng waved his hand and the scorching dragon spear fell back into his hand. After blowing up the palace, Li Changsheng made up his mind. He might as well go all the way. His body suddenly turned into the celestial demon form. A huge celestial demon stood between heaven and earth. It was at least 10,000 feet tall. Next, Li Changsheng gathered all the energy in his body and began to smash wildly under his feet. Thump, thump. As if a god was beating a drum, the sea was stirred up. Cracks appeared on the entire Fusang Island, and countless lives were turned into ashes. Countless buildings turned into ashes in the tremor. At the same time, the blood shadow doppelganger flew out in all directions to harvest lives. At this moment, Li Changsheng completely released his killing intent. The lives were turned into nourishment for the blood shadow doppelganger. The 3,000 blood shadow doppelganger were getting stronger every moment. One day, the entire Fusang Island sank to the bottom of the sea because of Li Changsheng. The 120 million people on Fusang Island were either devoured by the blood shadow doppelganger or sunk to the bottom of the sea. As for the Chinese tourists on the island, they were not spared either. Regarding this, Li Changsheng did not feel the slightest bit guilty. They did not want to stay in their own home and had to run to this place. In Li Changsheng's opinion, they deserved to die. Perhaps this kind of thinking was a little extreme. After the sky turned dark, the entire Fusang Island fell completely. At this time, Li Changsheng soared into the sky like a big bird and flew back in the direction of the Demon Island. A few hours later, the news spread and the whole world was terrified. Fusang country has been destroyed. When the blood-red words appeared on the headlines of newspapers in various countries and appeared on the internet, the entire world was speechless. When many people saw the news, they thought that it was a prank. However, when they turned on their phones, they saw that the news of Fusang country being destroyed was everywhere. Everyone on the street was discussing this matter, and they finally understood that it was true. Inside the Dragon Group, Dragon General Shu Taiping was in a daze for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and suddenly laughed. Fusang country has been destroyed. Although we should condemn Li Changsheng, I'm really happy in my heart. During the avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Those civilians can only blame themselves for being born in the wrong country. At the same time, the spokespersons of various countries said that China's actions were meant to provoke a war. Immediately, someone from China said that this was a personal matter and had nothing to do with China. If the Western countries wanted to take revenge, they could go to Li Changsheng. The people of China welcomed them to eliminate the demons. As soon as these words were said, many countries fell into silence. Li Changsheng was different from Da Hua. He did not have so many scruples. If they angered him, their country might be the next to be destroyed. They were stronger than Fusang country. Li Changsheng was only one person. It was easier said than done to surround him. It was not worth it for anyone to pay such a heavy price to deal with a single person. However, if Li Changsheng was not punished, he could destroy other countries tomorrow if he destroyed Fusang country today. Even Russia, which had always been on the same side as Da Hua, made a statement at this moment that they wanted to kill the culprit. On the Demon Island, Li Changsheng was also paying attention to the world's news. When he heard the condemnation and statements from various countries, he just kept sneering. He was now on the Demon Island, but he did not see any forces daring to send people to find trouble with him. "Master, Miss Yi Shuang is here." Zhu Hong suddenly came in to report. He knew Yi Shuang and naturally knew the relationship between Yi Shuang and Li Changsheng. "Quickly invite Miss Yi Shuang in." Li Changsheng came to the main hall and saw Yi Shuang in a suit of armor striding in. This armor was the latest technological protective armor that could withstand a blow from a Vajra realm expert. Under the armor, Yi Shuang looked heroic. "Why are you here?" Li Changsheng hurriedly went to greet her. "Why? Am I not welcome?" Yi Shuang sat down on a chair next to him without hesitation. "Of course not." Li Changsheng asked his subordinates to serve tea. "Changsheng, I'm not here to catch up with you this time. I'm here with a mission. Da Hua wants to draw a clear line with me, right?" Li Changsheng said with a smile. Yi Shuang nodded. "You should understand that the higher-ups are also helpless." "Of course, I know. Now that I've destroyed Fusang, it's equivalent to enraging everyone. Commander Chen Xueming said that although Da Hua has drawn a clear line with you and removed your position as the chief instructor of the Berserkers, your family and friends will be protected. You don't have to worry about the rear. Da Hua did not disappoint me after all." Li Changsheng nodded. "Then I'll take my leave. Be careful." After Yi Shuang finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Li Changsheng knew that she had come with a secret mission. If she stayed for too long, it was inevitable that other forces would have something on her. Li Changsheng was now a dangerous person. Although everyone in Da Hua was excited that he had destroyed Fusang, they still had to keep a distance from him. If some countries found a reason to attack Da Hua would inevitably be in danger. On the 5th day after Li Changsheng destroyed Fusang, an old Taoist came to the Demon Island. The old Taoist wore a purple-gold crown and a brown Taoist robe. He walked over step by step with a mysterious aura on his body as if he was shrouded in fog. Li Changsheng received him in the main hall. Even Li Changsheng showed a bit of surprise for this old Taoist. Li Changsheng could not see through this person's cultivation. He was definitely over 1,000 years old. He did not expect such a person to exist on Earth. "I'm Taoist Jinyang. I once traveled in Fusang and comprehended the true meaning of the Great Path. My Taoist name is Jinyang, which means the golden sun. The sun sets in Fusang. I originally chose Fusang as my place of seclusion," Taoist Jinyang said. Li Changsheng observed carefully and saw that there seemed to be a sun growing in his chest. He actually had a trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline. Knowing that this Taoist was not a human but a demon, He immediately snorted and said, "So, you're here to stand up for Fusang?" Li Changsheng's face suddenly showed murderous intent. Although this old Daoist was shrouded in a dense fog and his strength was terrifying, even more powerful than great god Orokai, Li Changsheng was confident that he could take his head in 3 moves. Chapter 971. Daoist Jinyang hurriedly waved his hand when he felt Li Changsheng's murderous intent. "Mr. Li, you've misunderstood. Although I've been searching for Dao in Fusang country, I'm a native of Daehua. You're a demon, right?" Li Changsheng said calmly. Li Changsheng's words had exposed his roots. Daoist Jinyang was shocked and thought to himself, no wonder he's the strongest in the world. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, I'm a demon of Daehua. Even though I'm a demon, I don't like the people of Fusang country. Mr. Li, you destroyed Fusang country, and I admire your reputation. Now that Bai country has joined forces with several countries to attack you, I'm here to help you." Hearing that the other party was here to help him, the coldness on Li Changsheng's face faded and he asked the Daoist to sit down. "Divine Ancestor, the supreme leader of Quanzhen sect is here." A Daoist came in and reported. Quanzhen sect was one of the 8 ancestral courts of Taoism, the leader of the Taoist sects in the north. As the master of the current sect leader, the supreme leader was highly respected. A Daoist with a long sword on his back strode in. "I'm Wang Chongyang." Hearing the name Wang Chongyang, Li Changsheng's face could not help but reveal a strange expression. In his spare time, he had read wuxia novels, Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Deity, Northern Beggar. He didn't expect Wang Chongyang to exist. Seeing the strange expression on Li Changsheng's face, Wang Chongyang seemed to realize something. He chuckled and said, "How can you believe in secular novels?" Li Changsheng nodded. "That's right, the author must have heard of Wang Chongyang's deeds and made them into the story. Supreme Leader Wang, please take a seat." Li Changsheng asked his subordinates to serve tea. Wang Chongyang's strength was definitely extraordinary, probably reaching the Earth Immortal realm. "May I know why Supreme Leader Wang is here?" Li Changsheng asked. "The Western countries want to attack. I'm here to help Mr. Li, thank you, Sect Leader Wang." At the end of the sea, the waves were surging. A lone boat was breaking through the waves. On the lone boat, a sloppy old man was holding a jug of wine in his hand. He was drinking wildly at the bow of the boat. When he got close to the myriad demon island, he said, "This old man is Jiyu Yunzi. I have come to lend Mr. Li a hand." After Li Changsheng invited Wang Chongyang to sit down, the voices outside kept ringing. "Taoist priest Nanshan Chingsong is here to pay his respects to Mr. Li. Spiritual master Wang Yi of Beihai is here to pay his respects to Mr. Li. Kunlun Mountains itinerant cultivator, Wang Kuan, is here to greet Mr. Li. Jiao Shun of Liaobei is here to pay his respects to Mr. Li." Voices kept ringing out. A dozen or so experts entered in a single file. All of them had reached the Earth Celestial stage. I'm afraid all the Earth Celestial stage experts in the Daehua dynasty are here. Li Changsheng personally welcomed them at the door and welcomed them in one by one. These people had chosen to come out at the same time to help him. Mr. Li raised his hand and destroyed Japan. He did what we wanted to do but didn't dare to do. He is a role model for us. If the Western countries want to deal with Mr. Fu, I will be the first to disagree. Wang Chongyang said loudly. "Me too. We are willing to help Mr. Li and show the power of the Daehua dynasty. Show the power of the Daehua dynasty." Among these people, some were listed as dangerous people by the Daehua dynasty and were always on guard. However, at this moment, they stood up without hesitation because Li Changsheng had destroyed Japan. The Daehua dynasty has never been short of hot-blooded men. Li Changsheng invited everyone to sit down. These people had lived for hundreds of years and had many disciples and disciples in the secular world. Their forces were spread all over the world. They had heard that the Western countries were going to deal with Li Changsheng, so they came out of seclusion one after another. It seems that the news is definitely true. Li Changsheng agreed in his heart. "Mr. Li, what are you going to do?" Immortal Jinyang asked. "No matter what kind of lineup the Western countries send, I will kill one of them." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, There was a burst of applause. Mr. Li is really heroic. Well said. This time, we will definitely make those forces tremble in fear. At this moment, a sword light flew in from outside and went straight for Li Changsheng's head. The sword light was sharp and full of killing intent. Li Changsheng raised his finger and flicked it gently, directly shattering the sword light. A man with long hair strode in. There was a red mark between the man's eyebrows, like a burning flame. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. After he appeared, he stared at Li Changsheng with a strange sword in his hand. He was obviously the one who had released the sword light. You are Li Changsheng? The man looked at Li Changsheng coldly. I am the sword god of the north, Yi Nangguang. Today, I would like to challenge you. The sword god of the north? Li Changsheng fell into deep thought. During the Three Kingdoms, the sword god Wang Yu dominated the world with a divine sword in his hand. Later on, he passed down the orthodoxy called the divine sword villa, which was in the north. How are you related to the divine sword villa? Li Changsheng asked. The man looked surprised. I didn't expect you to know my background. I am the 108th villa master of the divine sword villa. So, the divine sword villa wants to go against me? Li Changsheng said coldly. Those who came today were all here to help him. He didn't expect that there would be someone who went against him. No, you misunderstood. This has nothing to do with the divine sword villa. I am here purely to challenge you and see if you deserve to be called the strongest expert in the world. Then, Yi Nangguang attacked. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards Li Changsheng with terrifying power. The moment the sword pierced out, everyone's expression changed. Li Changsheng only curled his lips in disdain. He raised his hand and turned it into a green handprint. He directly shattered the sword light and grabbed the sword in his hand. Bang! Under the palm, Yi Nangguang's sword was snatched away by Li Changsheng. He flicked his finger and hit Yi Nangguang's body. Yi Nangguang flew more than 10 meters away. After he landed, he took 10 steps back before he could stop himself. Everyone in the field widened their eyes. Yi Nangguang's strength was definitely in the top 3 among everyone present. They didn't expect him to be defeated by Li Changsheng so easily. Although your sword light was sharp, you didn't have any killing intent. It means that you really just want to challenge me. Li Changsheng threw the sword in his hand to Yi Nangguang. After Yi Nangguang took the sword, he bowed to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, you have great skills and you are far from what I, Yi Nangguang, can compare to. I, Yi Nangguang, am convinced. I am willing to help you fight against the enemy. Great. Have a seat, Li Changsheng said. Immediately, someone brought a chair. At that moment, another figure flew in from outside. It was a woman with a celestial voice. The woman was extremely beautiful and one couldn't tell her age. When she appeared, even Li Changsheng was stunned for a moment. I am the sect master of Ci Hang Jingzhai, Bai Shu. I am here to help Mr. Li. Chapter 972. It turns out to be the head of Ci Hang Jingzhai. I've heard a lot about you. Li Changsheng laughed. He was not being polite. He had really heard of Ci Hang Jingzhai. During the Tang dynasty, Ci Hang Jingzhai's head teacher, Fei Xuan, was a chivalrous person. Li Changsheng had accompanied her for a while. Ci Hang Jingzhai has not appeared in the world for hundreds of years. I didn't expect Mr. Li to know about it. Bai Shu was a little surprised. Of course I know. The sword in your hand is the sword of Ci Hang Jingzhai. I once helped an elder in your sect reach the realm of sword heart integrated into sword and engraved the word longevity on the ice water sword. It's just that the word is very hidden. It's engraved on the 2 ends of the sword hilt. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Bai Shu really picked up the sword in her hand. Her face instantly changed. Is what you said true? Shi Feishuan was a figure of the Tang dynasty. Of course it's true. At this moment, not only Bai Shu, but also the faces of the others in the field showed surprise. Everyone present had stepped into the Earth celestial stage, but the oldest one had lived for only 500 years. It had been more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty. Could it be that Li Changsheng was a senior from more than 1,000 years ago? I remember. There is a record in my ancestor's letter that the longevity celestial venerable had taught him Taoism. At this time, the people present no longer had any doubts. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. I travel the North Sea in the morning and Kangwa in the evening. Immortals have longevity. A few thousand years is nothing. In my life, 10,000 years is just a fleeting cloud. After a long time, the people present recovered from the shock and became more respectful to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, how should we deal with the people of the West next? Yi Nangguang, the sword god of the northern region, asked. The sword in my hand has been thirsty for a long time. There's no need to worry. We just need to wait quietly on the Demon Island, and they will naturally come to us. At that time, we will teach the people of the West an unforgettable lesson. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, the Demon Island suddenly shook. Li, there's no need to wait. We're already here. In an instant, a mysterious force shrouded the myriad Demon Island. Li Changsheng followed the crowd out of the main hall and saw that the sky above the Demon Island was overcast. There was a simple and unadorned sword hanging high in the sky and shrouding the entire Demon Island under its sword light. This sword is the style of our great Hua nation. How did it fall into the hands of a Westerner? Yi Nangguang was a great swordsman, so he could tell at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. For the past 200 years, the Western bandits have stolen countless treasures from our country. I don't even need to think to know that this sword must be something that the Westerners took by force. Now, they're using it against our country. How despicable. Daoist Jinyang said indignantly. Li Changsheng, we were originally at peace with each other, but you were too vicious. You wanted to break the balance of the world, so we had no choice but to kill you. A voice came from the horizon, but no one could be seen. In the next second, the mottled ancient sword suddenly released a fierce killing intent and directly stabbed towards Li Changsheng's position. Everyone was about to attack, but they were stopped by Li Changsheng. In the next second, Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched the sword. The treasured sword was 100 feet long. Compared to the treasured sword, Li Changsheng seemed extremely small. When he punched out, he actually sent the treasured sword flying back. The murderous aura of the sword was fierce, and Li Changsheng was able to resist it with his fist. This showed how terrifying his body was. Daoist Jinyang and the others sighed. In the next second, Li Changsheng's body suddenly rose into the sky, raised his fist, and kept punching the sword. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a god beating a drum, shaking the sky. After a few punches, the sword was smashed into pieces. How is this possible? Exclamations came from the sky. Li Changsheng sneered, "Come out, coward." As he said that, he grabbed the sky with his hand, and suddenly, a figure was pulled out of the sky by the leg by Li Changsheng. Judging from the man's appearance, he was somewhat similar to the people of Hua, and he was fluent in Mandarin. Li Changsheng immediately said coldly, "Are you Chinese?" "I'm ashamed of having the blood of Hua." Two golden lights suddenly burst out of the blonde man's eyes and stabbed towards Li Changsheng. It's a spiritual attack. Daoist Jinyang, Daoist Pine Tree, and the others next to him exclaimed. It's impossible to guard against spiritual attacks. If you're not careful, you'll be defeated. Li Changsheng's face showed a bit of a sneer. You want to hurt me with spiritual attacks? In the next second, a golden sword flew out from between his eyebrows, instantly shattering the two golden lights at the same time and piercing between the man's eyebrows. Ah! Suddenly, the blonde man let out a shrill scream as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He then fell straight there, dead. In the field, Daoist Jinyang and the others showed a surprised look. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be proficient in spiritual attacks. What a terrible attack. Fortunately, we've never been enemies with Mr. Li, yes. Several people sighed. Although the ancient sword was shattered by Li Changsheng, the aura that shrouded the Demon Island in the sky had not yet dissipated. Zhu Hong and the other disciples also heard the news and rushed out. It seems that there are still people hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Li Changsheng said coldly. Just as his voice fell, 8 iron chains came from all directions like ferocious pythons, shooting towards Li Changsheng's position. At the same time, 8 figures appeared at the same time, staring coldly at Li Changsheng. These people were all holding wands in their hands and chanting in a low voice. There was a flash of light on the wands. At this time, everyone saw that the flying iron chains were not solid, but condensed from energy. It's the Red Bishops. Someone recognized the origin of these people. It seems that even the Pope can't sit still. In the age of chaos, the West relied on telekinesis to cultivate and had the advantage, producing powerhouses in large numbers. In the East, except for the powerhouses of the older generation, there were only a few of the younger generation emerging. This was also the reason why the East's cultivation world was declining. 8 red bishops, each with strength no weaker than an earth immortal. It seems that the forces of the West are far stronger than we thought. Daoist Jinyang said. Although these 8 people were very strong, they were not worried. They had seen Li Changsheng's strength. It seemed that the Pope did not expect these 8 red bishops to be able to kill Li Changsheng. It was just a test. Sure enough, in the next second, Li Changsheng easily broke the 8 chains. At the same time, sword light came out from his hand and swept in all directions. Under the sword light, the 8 red bishops were cut in half at the waist. Li Changsheng, you devil, just wait to be judged by God. At the moment when the 8 red bishops were killed, a figure quickly ran away. Li Changsheng did not go after him. He would have reported Li Changsheng's true strength to the Pope. The next person the Pope would send out would be a real heavyweight. Li Changsheng did not want to waste time on such small fries. At the side, Daoist Jinyang and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had guessed that the 8 red bishops were not a match for Li Changsheng, but they did not expect that Li Changsheng would kill all of them with one move. Chapter 973. Now that the West has begun to test us, why don't we go straight to the Pope's lair and kill that old man? Sword God Yi Nangguang said excitedly. He was a militant. If it weren't for Li Changsheng, he would have joined the battle. What do you think? Li Changsheng looked at the others. Although he was the leader, these people helped him selflessly. Li Changsheng had to respect their opinions. I agree with Brother Yi. Why don't we go straight to the Pope's lair and show them the power of Da Hua? Yes. Even Daoist Jinyang, who was the most stable, was in high spirits at this moment. Good. Then we'll do as you say. Li Changsheng called Zhu Hong over and gave him some instructions. Then, he let the great ox follow him. Although the great ox's talent was ordinary, its strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the few years after Li Changsheng left. It was truly a wise man. There would be countless battles on this trip to the West. In addition, there were Daoist Jinyang, Daoist Qingsong, and the others. If the great ox asked them for advice on the way, it would benefit a lot. As for the other people of the Verdant sect, their strength was too low. If they followed, they would only be a burden. The great ox was wearing armor and holding a long spear. Although it looked like an old man, its body was full of vitality. It could be called a peerless demon. I've heard that Mr. Li's mount is also a first-class powerhouse. Today, I see that it really lives up to its reputation. None of the people present were ordinary. With just a glance, they could see that the great ox was extraordinary. Although it had the body of an ordinary beast, its achievements were probably stronger than those innate spirit bodies. Old Yellow, you have to ask the seniors for advice. Li Changsheng ordered the great ox. Yes. The great ox was dull and not good at talking. Without the armor, it looked like an old farmer, giving the impression of an honest man. On the contrary, it was the intention of Daoist Jinyang and the others. They left the Demon Island together and sat on Li Changsheng's flying boat. That flying ship was the one Li Changsheng had ridden in the starry sky. At this moment, it was traveling in the sea like a moving fortress. Daoist Jinyang and the others gasped in amazement at the sight of such a large ship. The great ox asked Daoist Jinyang and the others for advice as they traveled west. Li Changsheng also preached to the great ox. Every time this happened, everyone would gather at the side and listen, benefiting greatly. It didn't seem like they were going to battle, but rather like they were going on a scenic tour. It was quite pleasant. Changsheng, how can I not be on this journey to the west? At this moment, a pleasant voice came from the surface of the sea. Shangguan Shui, who was dressed in white, appeared with the Penglai Island master. Yi Nangguang and the others were surprised to find that Shangguan Shui was also at the Earth Celestial stage. Penglai Island now had 2 more Earth Celestials. Li Changxing and Shangguan Shui were standing at the bow of the ship. Her long hair was fluttering in the breeze, which made her look very lovely. I wonder where you've been traveling all this time. I've seen the scenery of your hometown. Although the overall level of cultivation in this world is lower than in the Tianju starfield, I feel that there are great secrets hidden here. It's very extraordinary. Shangguan Shui took out some fruit wine from her heaven-earth pouch and drank with Li Changxing. At this moment, it was almost dusk. The sea was magnificent, with good wine and beautiful women. Li Changxing felt that this scene was like that of an immortal. You're about to die, but you still don't forget to show off your love. You're really big-hearted. A slightly playful voice sounded. On the surface of the sea, a golden-haired man in a long robe walked out of the void. He looked at Li Changxing and Shangguan Shui with a mocking expression. Don't you know that it's very impolite to interrupt others? Li Changxing shook his head. You can comprehend the void law. No wonder you dare to pretend in front of me. You can see through my void law. No wonder you're called the strongest in the world. But since you know that I'm proficient in the void law, you should know that you can't do anything to me. The other party's face was arrogant and fearless. Is that so? Li Changxing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh no. The golden-haired man's expression changed drastically. His body suddenly turned illusory and he tried to escape. But his body, which had turned transparent, gradually solidified. He was shocked to find that the surrounding void had been sealed and he could not hide in the void. Do you think you're the only one who's proficient in the void law? Li Changxing smiled coldly, then raised his hand and slapped the golden-haired man on the spot. No. The golden-haired man exclaimed, but he had no time to dodge. Under the palm, he was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. His blood dyed the sea red, and the smell of blood attracted schools of fish to devour him. Since you're here, show yourself. You're so sneaky and shameless, Li Changxing said loudly to the sea. Above the originally boundless sea, clouds of thick fog suddenly rose. Within the thick fog, indistinct silhouettes could be seen. Li Changxing stood on the bow and looked ahead. He knew that the 8 red-robed bishops had been killed by him last time. This time, the Pope had definitely sent his most powerful subordinates. It was very likely that he had come himself. Taoist Jinyang, Bai Shu, and the others also heard the noise and came out. They looked ahead solemnly. Even with their strength, they felt a great threat. They knew that there were definitely powerhouses in the Earth Celestial stage who could kill them. Shangguan Shui's aura was also rising. Her strength was more powerful than those in the Earth Celestial stage present. The sovereigns of the Tianju star area could fight across realms. Above the sea, densely packed figures were walking. They were holding spears, which emitted a cold luster. Endless murderous intent filled the air. A group of soldiers and horses rushed out of the sea. The horses could run on the sea as if they were on flat ground. These people were wearing black armor and silver masks, as if they were messengers from hell. In front of them was an old man in a black robe. His long golden hair was hanging down. He stood there like the master of the world. He was holding a magic staff and chanting in a low voice. A gloomy and cold aura spread from his body. The sea under his feet was frozen. Boom. Rumble. These masked men in black armor charged at Li Changxing at the same time. The sound of the horses' hooves shook the world. It was like a moving mountain, which wanted to crush Li Changxing into pieces. Li Changxing snorted. He held the ardent dragon spear in his hand and blasted it down. The spear's power raged for dozens of meters. Wherever it passed, people and horses were turned into ashes. After killing these people, he found that there was not a drop of blood. They were like the living dead. Accept your judgment. The black-robed man's voice was very sharp. It was very uncomfortable to hear. Behind him, groups of soldiers and horses rushed in the direction of Li Changxing. It seemed that there was no end to them. At the same time, he raised the wooden staff in his hand. The void began to tremble. Transparent figures appeared and rushed toward Li Changsheng. Chapter 974. It's just a small trick. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Immortal Jin Yang, Taoist priest Qing Song, and the others were on guard. The old man had a gloomy aura about him. Countless armored knights and transparent figures in the sky rushed toward Li Changsheng. Break it. He summoned the Frostlight sword and formed a sword realm. Regardless of whether it was the knights or the transparent figures, they were all smashed into pieces. The range of the sword realm continued to expand, covering an area of 30 meters around him. Li Changsheng turned into a supreme ruler and was invulnerable. The moment the knights and the transparent figures were smashed, a sword radiance rose into the sky and slashed directly at the old man. The old man's magic staff was cut in half, and his whole body was turned into ashes under the sword radiance. He's just a cultivator in the medium stage of the Earth celestial stage. I'm afraid this is just a test by the Pope. The Pope is really a coward. He's testing me endlessly. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. The clouds automatically parted to form a path, and figures with cold expressions appeared one by one. Some of them even had wings on their backs. Angels. This time, even Li Changsheng was a little surprised. Those Western birdmen, the legendary angels, had actually appeared. Li Changsheng found that there were men and women with wings, and each of them looked arrogant. They were the leaders of this group. Demon of the East, you intend to disturb the order of the world. Today, on behalf of God, I will destroy you. A woman was very holy. Her white wings were beautiful, her cheeks were very delicate, and her blue eyes reflected beautiful light. However, she looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of disgust. She held a broad sword that was inlaid with gems that shone brightly. Behind her, everyone raised their swords. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of holy light gathered in the sky. It was brilliant and beautiful, as if God had descended to the mortal world to purify everything. The silver waves on the sea rippled, and the attack of the female angel was incomparably holy. A beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped the entire ship. The sword god of the north, Yi Nangguang, had long since lost his patience. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. However, Li Changsheng stopped him. The attack of this group of people was very strange. The brilliance that fell down did not have any killing intent. It should be a method of gathering telekinesis to attack the enemy. Even Li Changsheng was seeing it for the first time. Boom! The colossal palm seal was formed and met the light head-on. When the beautiful light collided with the gigantic palm print, it was visible to the naked eye. The gigantic palm print was constantly being disintegrated, and finally, it was completely broken. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor was there any sharp killing intent. It was broken just like that. It moistened everything silently. Interesting indeed. In the next second, a small golden sword flew out from between Li Changsheng's eyebrows. When the small sword flew into the sky, it constantly expanded until it was dozens of feet long. It directly landed in the falling brilliance. Crack! The water was cut off. The reappearing brilliance was cut off in an instant. Many people in the crowd on the opposite side screamed and covered their eyebrows. Blood flowed out of their eyes. The cultivators of the West, who had always thought that their telekinesis was invincible, had a look of horror on their faces at this moment. Li Changsheng's strength gave them a head-on blow. Before they set off, the Pope had warned them not to be careless when facing Li Changsheng, the most powerful cultivator of the East. However, these people were young and impetuous, so they did not take it seriously. At this moment, they suddenly realized how naive they were. Boom! Everything will be purified under the light of the God. The delicate blonde woman raised the sword in her hand high above her head. Then, a holy light was emitted from the sword and reached the sky. Then, the entire sky was surrounded by the holy light, which was pure spiritual power. The cultivation methods of the West are indeed unique. Even Li Changsheng was a little surprised. There was no killing intent in the holy light, but even the cultivators of the Earth celestial realm would be killed. However, no matter how powerful the spell was, it was just a kind of energy between heaven and earth. As long as it was energy, it had a form to follow and could be broken. Li Changsheng did not use the golden sword this time. Instead, he put two of his fingers together and turned into a sword light. It rushed into the sky and directly shattered the holy light in the sky. Then, it slashed at the woman like silver lightning. Crack! The sword in the woman's hand turned into ashes. The people behind her raised their swords and turned into a light shield to protect the woman. However, they exploded under the sword light, and more than a dozen people were turned into blood mist. The woman also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed a few times, and her face was pale. It was obvious that she was also severely injured. I destroyed Fusang, and it had nothing to do with you Western Orthodoxes. However, you see me as a thorn in your side and want to judge me. Then, I don't mind trampling all of your sect. Li Changsheng looked at the people in front of him coldly. In particular, the woman in the lead was obviously very noble. She was able to make the others risk their lives to protect her. Let God end you. The pale woman chanted an ancient incantation. All of a sudden, a powerful force was injected into her body. Then, the pair of wings behind her began to dance. Her body rose high into the sky, and an immeasurable amount of brilliance blossomed above her head. A huge cross appeared. At this moment, she seemed to have become a real god. The powerful aura in her body surged. Is she inviting God to descend? Is there really a god in the West? Li Changsheng stood there and let the surging aura hit his body. He was waiting for the woman's strength to reach its peak. Finally, the aura on the woman's body reached its peak. The cross behind her suppressed Li Changsheng. That's all you got. Even if you are a god, you are still a fake god. Li Changsheng snorted and took out the cold light sword. He cut the cross in half. At the same time, the beautiful woman was also cut in half from head to toe. Golden blood splattered. The holy light in the sky gradually dissipated with the woman's death. Everyone in the enemy camp was horrified. God has been slain. God is dead. They screamed. They turned around and fled. Sword God, you can make your move now. Li Changsheng said. Yi Nangguang, who had been impatient for a long time, took out his sword and rushed into the crowd, killing wantonly. Heads flew into the sky one after another, but the few people with wings were very strong. When Yi Nangguang faced one of them, he was actually on par with him. Then, immortal Jinyang, Taoist priest Qing Song, and the others also joined in. Li Changsheng was too lazy to make a move. Once the woman died, the others were nothing. Sure enough, in a short while, the sea had turned into a hell of blood. No one could escape. It's a pity that the Pope didn't appear. Li Changsheng looked at the sea with some regret. Just by looking at the two groups of people sent by the Pope, he knew that the other party was not simple. Therefore, Li Changsheng was looking forward to fighting with him. I hope his strength doesn't disappoint me. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. Now that he was at the top, he really felt that it was difficult to find an opponent. Chapter 975. The Sacred Army was completely annihilated. When the news reached the West, the entire sect trembled. The knights were accompanied by angels. In fact, the angels in the myths were also born in the human world. When such news spread, the entire world was shaken. Li Changsheng's killing of the Crusaders made them tremble in fear. The Easterners spread the news by word of mouth and were extremely excited. Oh my God! The devil has come to the human world. The people in the West were trembling. The devil of Middle-earth will never allow him to exist in the world. A majestic voice came from the Christian church. Many people in the West were excited. The Pope is going to take action himself. That devil will be killed. At the same time, Li Changsheng was sitting on the Dharma artifact and preaching to everyone. The one who benefited the most was the great ox. The energy on his body became more and more unpredictable. He was going to face the thunder tribulation at any time. It was a pity that although the spirit chi on earth had recovered, it was still suppressed by the heavenly path. The thunder tribulation would never come. Old Yellow, when the time comes, come with me on the ancient path of the stars. Earth will only limit your cultivation, Li Changsheng said to the great ox. We will also follow Mr. Li on the ancient path. Taoist Master Qing Song and the others said. They were all masters who became earth immortals before the heavenly path formed the suppression. It was impossible for them to improve on earth. Okay, I will take you on the ancient path of the stars. This was Li Changsheng's promise to them. Li Changsheng and the others had been on the sea for 7 days. They were not in a hurry. Instead, they waited for the West to prepare the strongest attack. Li Changsheng's enemies were not only the Christian church. There was also the giant by nation. They had not made a move, but Li Changsheng knew that they would. Mr. Li, we seem to have broken into someone else's territory. Yang Nangguang interrupted Li Changsheng's thoughts. Li Changsheng walked to the deck and saw that there was smoke in front of them. They could no longer see the way they came. It was as if they had come to another world. This must be a barrier set up by someone else. We broke in. With that thought in mind, Li Changsheng suddenly shouted, "We didn't mean to break into the formation. Please open the formation and let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were silent and there was no reaction. Just as Li Changsheng was about to speak again, the surface of the sea suddenly became turbulent. A huge monster rushed towards Li Changsheng's magic artifact ship. It turned out to be a huge octopus. Its huge tentacles stirred up strong winds in the sky as it attacked Li Changsheng and the others. "You're courting death." Without waiting for Li Changsheng to make a move, Yang Nangguang had already taken out his treasure sword. The dazzling sword light directly cut the tentacle from the middle. At the same time, he stepped on the deck and flew into the sky. The sword light pierced into the body of the octopus. The octopus kept tumbling on the surface of the sea, letting out strange cries like that of a baby. "You are courting death. How dare you come to my place and hurt my pet?" A furious roar could be heard. A figure wearing a daoist robe appeared. Only then did Yang Nangguang put away his treasure sword and stand in the void. The octopus was not dead. It just slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. "Your pet attacked us first. That's why we attacked." Although Yang Nangguang was reckless, he knew that it was wrong to break into the other party's territory at this moment. He bowed to the other party. "Who are you?" the daoist asked coldly. "We are cultivators of the great Hua nation. This time, we are going to fight with the people of the West." Yang Nangguang said. "It's you. I wonder which one of you is Li Changsheng, Mr. Li?" The old daoist's face immediately showed excitement. Li Changsheng stepped forward. "I am." The old daoist stepped directly onto the ship and held Li Changsheng's hand. "My name is Suanian. I have long heard of your name, Mr. Li. You destroyed Fusang Nation and boosted the morale of the people of the great Hua Nation. I have long admired you. Quickly, follow me to the residence. I will have my disciples prepare a banquet to welcome you." After saying that, he waved his hand. A path was opened above the sea, leading straight to a palace below. They thought that they would have to go through a fierce battle. They did not expect it to be resolved just like that. The other party was very enthusiastic. Li Changsheng could not refuse, so the group got off the artifact ship and went to the palace. At the entrance of the palace, the octopus growled angrily when it saw Li Changsheng and the others. Daoist Suanian gave a few instructions, and the octopus curled up in a corner obediently, not daring to move anymore. They walked into the palace. It was decorated very magnificently. Apart from Daoist Suanian, several of his disciples also came out to welcome them. It turned out that Daoist Suanian was an itinerant cultivator from the Yuan dynasty. According to him, when he was young, he was sailing on a ship and accidentally fell into the sea. It was then that he found this palace. He obtained a set of immortal cultivation methods in the palace and embarked on the path of cultivation from then on. The master of the palace had already passed away. When Li Changsheng and the others entered, they felt an invisible, powerful aura hibernating. Could there be an expert hidden in this palace? Li Changsheng had some doubts in his heart. Daoist Suanian began to have his disciples prepare a banquet. Although they lived at the bottom of the sea, there were still many delicacies. It turned out that his disciples would go out to buy things every once in a while and travel at the same time. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Li Changsheng and the others were about to leave. However, Daoist Suanian kept asking them to stay for one more day. Due to his enthusiasm, Li Changsheng and the others stayed. Changsheng, there is a very dangerous aura in this palace. It feels like a primordial beast is hibernating, Shangguan Shui said to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng nodded. I felt it too. I used my consciousness to search, but I couldn't find the source of the aura. Be careful at night. Daoist Suanian may seem friendly on the surface, but you have to be on your guard. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Shangguan Shui nodded. It was a quiet night. When they woke up the next day, nothing out of the ordinary happened. They went to bid farewell to Daoist Suanian, but they did not see him in person. They only saw his disciples. My master went out to attend to some matters. When he left, he instructed us to give these gifts to you. As he spoke, he lifted up a few boxes. The boxes were filled with spirit stones. I didn't expect Daoist Suanian to be so generous. Yang Nangguang's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit stones. However, Li Changsheng did not touch the spirit stones. Instead, he asked with a sullen expression, "Why can I still feel your master's aura? Your master hasn't left, has he?" The disciple's face showed obvious signs of panic. How is that possible? Our master has really left. Please accept these spirit stones. No, I don't deserve it. We're already very sorry for disturbing you for an entire night. How can we take your spirit stones? Li Changsheng rejected him directly. Although Yang Nangguang and the rest were eager for the spirit stones, they did not take them. As he spoke, Li Changsheng was about to walk out of the palace. Wait. The disciple blocked Li Changsheng's path. Why? Is there anything else? Please accept the spirit stones. If you don't, my master will blame me when he returns. Accepting the spirit stones is a lie. You're just stalling for time, right? Li Changsheng suddenly snorted. The disciple's expression changed instantly. At that moment, the entire palace shook. A terrifying aura surged in from the entrance. Chapter 976. Rumble. A terrifying aura emanated from the entrance. Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance. A tall figure appeared there, but it was not Daoist Suanian. He was shrouded in a black robe. Although he was tall, his exposed palms were as dry as chicken claws, all skin and bones. Who is he? Everyone was puzzled. However, there was no doubt that he was extremely powerful. Master, you're finally here. The disciple who blocked Li Changsheng's path hurriedly retreated to the side. He actually called him master, but he's not Suanian. Yi Nangguang and the others exclaimed. He is Suanian. Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the original owner of this cave abode. However, the original owner died long ago and left behind a body. Suanian then placed his consciousness in this body and used it against us. Li Changsheng's analysis enlightened everyone present. Everyone present was knowledgeable and experienced. Naturally, they knew of many secret techniques that allowed one's consciousness to reside in another person's body. Could he have refined this body into an avatar? This body's aura is so terrifying. He must have been a true immortal when he was alive. Yi Nangguang and the others were shocked. That shouldn't be the case. If he had refined an avatar, he wouldn't have needed to delay us for a day. He would have done it yesterday. He must have used a secret technique to place his consciousness in. Moreover, the technique takes a long time to cast, so he had his disciple delay us as much as possible. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, the black-robed figure spoke as well. Li Changsheng, your knowledge is indeed beyond my expectations. The black-robed figure spoke in a deep voice. It was none other than Daoist Suanian's voice. Daoist Suanian, we've never offended you. Why are you scheming against us? Yi Nangguang questioned loudly. Haha. If you want to blame someone, blame Li Changsheng for being too powerful. I'm powerful, but you want to attack me instead. What kind of logic is that? Li Changsheng looked at the other party coldly, his face expressionless. To be able to flatten the Fusang country with your own strength, your cultivation method must be heaven-defying. Originally, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to provoke you, but you actually ran into my cave residence. As long as I inhabit this body with my consciousness, even if it's you, Li Changsheng, it won't be a big deal. That's because this body was at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm when it was alive. I've always wanted to refine it into an external incarnation. Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded yet. Li Changsheng, hand over your cultivation technique and I'll let you go. Haha. I'm afraid your words can only fool a 3-year-old child. If I hand over the cultivation technique, I'll only die a more miserable death. Make your move. I'd like to see what's so great about a true immortal's fleshly body. You're courting death. The black-robed figure suddenly took a step forward. Like a ferocious giant snake, a turbulent black aura charged toward Li Changsheng with terrifying power. Yi Nanguang and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of such power. Although the true immortal realm was only one realm higher than the earth immortal realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. From where the black aura rose, a terrifying power surged down. The entire palace began to collapse. Endless seawater poured down from above. Fortunately, everyone present was an expert. Although the seawater pressure was strong, it couldn't do anything to them. This fleshly body was indeed very powerful. When the owner of this body was at his peak, he was probably no weaker than the demon lord of the Tianju starfield. However, how could Li Changsheng take him seriously? The owner of this fleshly body originally wanted to break through to the higher heavenly immortal realm, but he didn't expect to fail in his cultivation. In the end, his spirit was destroyed, leaving behind only a fleshly body that hadn't decayed after 1,000 years and still possessed divine power. After Daoist Suanian received the inheritance of the palace's owner, he had always wanted to refine this body into an external incarnation. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Die. Daoist Suanian said in a low voice. Even a true immortal realm cultivator isn't qualified to stand before me, let alone a corpse. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. The terrifying black aura in the air crushed down on Li Changsheng with earth-shattering power. It was absolutely invincible on earth. Daoist Suanian's disciples dodged far away. They believed that Li Changsheng wouldn't be able to survive such power. That powerful fleshly body had already reached Li Changsheng. The terrifying power formed a vacuum at the bottom of the sea. However, when Daoist Suanian reached Li Changsheng threw out a punch and sent the black-robed man flying backward. Again, Li Changsheng stood there and looked quietly at the black-robed old man. He didn't seem to have used much strength at all. Daoist Suanian's disciples were shocked. How can there be someone so terrifying? A true immortal realm fleshly body can't hurt him at all. Kid, that was just a warm-up. Daoist Suanian's voice rang out. His black robes were reduced to ashes, revealing a shriveled and terrifying face. His shriveled hand reached for Li Changsheng's head again. Li Changsheng stood where he was and did not move. He directly punched out, and the palm was actually distorted by his punch. That's the fleshly body of a true immortal realm cultivator. Daoist Suanian's disciples gasped. It's time for you to take this. Li Changsheng took a step forward, his fist carrying a terrifying force as it smashed down. Bam! Bam! Half of the fleshly body was disrupted when the fist landed on it. A ray of light flew out of the body and quickly escaped. It was a strand of Daoist Suanian's spirit. Li Changsheng pointed with a finger and crushed the spirit. At the same time, the blood shadow doppelgangers swarmed forward and devoured the true immortal realm fleshly body. Mercy, mercy. Daoist Suanian's disciples knelt on the ground, trembling. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, took a step forward and flew out of the sea, heading for a small island nearby. When he attacked, his consciousness had already locked onto where Daoist Suanian's true body was hiding. When Li Changsheng flew to the island and stomped his foot on the ground, a figure immediately tried to flee, but was crushed down by the giant palm that Li Changsheng had turned into. Mercy, mercy. Daoist Suanian was so frightened that he was shaking all over. We had no grudges between us, but you coveted my cultivation method. It's too late to beg for mercy now. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant palm seal pressed down with all its might. Blood flowed from Daoist Suanian's orifices as countless cracks spread across his body. In the end, He exploded into a bloody mist. The moment he exploded into a bloody mist, the blood shadow doppelgangers swarmed forward and devoured the bloody mist completely. Li Changsheng only returned to the palace after killing Daoist Suanian. Daoist Suanian's disciples were still kneeling there, not daring to lift their heads. "Please spare our lives, immortal master." The disciple's voice trembled as he pleaded. "Hand over all your spirit stones and I'll spare your lives." Li Changsheng finished. The disciple felt as if he'd been pardoned. Chests after chests of spirit stones were carried out. There were a total of 9 chests, and Li Changsheng placed them on the enchanted vessel. Daoist Suanian's disciples only heaved a long sigh of relief when Li Changsheng, Daoist Suanian, and the others left. Chapter 977. Li Changsheng did not expect that a random person he met would be spying on the cultivation methods he had. A man's wealth was his own ruin. That saying was indeed very true. Li Changsheng and the others continued on their way. In addition, the disciples of Yi Nangguang and the others were also constantly reporting back. The Pope had personally formed a holy army and had set off from the Roman Curia towards Li Changsheng and the others. "Mr. Li, I've received news that an ancient army will reappear in the world this time. It is very likely that they are the ones who survived thousands of years ago. The West uses telekinesis to cultivate, which is different from the Eastern cultivators. Even in the age of chaos, they can still increase their cultivation. That is to say, they have been improving for thousands of years. I've also received news that the people of the West are actually the descendants of an ancient demon god. That is why there are creatures like angels with wings in their myths and legends. The so-called god is actually just an ancient race." The ship finally came to the shore. Li Changsheng and the others saw an ancient city when they came ashore. Li Changsheng had never heard of this city before, but he could guess some clues. It should be the place where the people of the ancient race in the West lived. It was sealed with a formation, just like the Penglai Island on the sea, unknown to the world. It was actually the place where the gods of the West lived. After keeping the magic artifact ship, Li Changsheng's group began making their way towards the ancient city. However, a high number of knights in black armor appeared on the city walls and they coldly stared at Li Changsheng's group. "Get lost. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll take your life," a knight wearing a silver mask on the city wall said coldly. Beside him was a huge lizard with wings. "Is the Pope in the city?" Li Changsheng asked. The knight suddenly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it in Li Changsheng's direction. Whoosh! The spear whistled in the air, and the other party did not hesitate to take Li Changsheng's life. The spear seemed to be stained with dried blood. At this moment, it whistled and was full of killing intent. "Are they trying to start a war with us? Actually, we didn't mean to offend them. We just wanted to ask if the Pope had come to this ancient city." Bai Shu, the head of Kind Boathouse, said. Li Changsheng was expressionless. He raised his palm and turned it into a giant palm print. He grabbed the spear and cut it in half from the middle. He threw it on the ground casually. On the city wall, the knight's face suddenly changed. He suddenly rode on the lizard dragon. The lizard dragon spread its wings and flew up. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of fire towards Li Changsheng. "Is this the Dragon Knight from Western legends? Interesting." Li Changsheng allowed the raging fire to rush in front of him. However, the moment the fire enveloped Li Changsheng, it disappeared without a trace. Li Changsheng had obtained the fire-controlling technique from Heavenly Stone Old Ancestor and could even refine a flame like the 9 Underworld Flame. It could be said that Li Changsheng was the ancestor of fire. How could this bit of flame do anything to him? At this time, the Dragon Knight was finally afraid. He commanded the giant dragon to fly towards the city wall. Li Changsheng's great heavenly palm print fell, and the Dragon Knight and his lizard dragon were smashed into a bloody mist. The blood shadow doppelganger rushed up and devoured them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. How terrifying! There was a commotion on the city wall. Obviously, these descendants of ancient gods were also shocked by Li Changsheng's means. But at this moment, the sky was overflowing with light. A sparkling and translucent all-shaped weapon the size of a house came crashing down in Li Changsheng's direction. Terrifying energy surged violently. It seems that the descendants of ancient gods are not simple. Li Changsheng sneered. He took out the cold light sword and slashed at the crystal-clear magic weapon. Crack! As the sword light fell, the magic tool was instantly cut into two halves from the middle. Then, it exploded and scattered in all directions. It was as if it was raining crystal-clear rain. "I will tear you to pieces." An old voice came from the city wall. It was full of anger. "Is that so?" Li Changsheng walked towards the city wall without hesitation. At this time, the city gate opened and a group of cavalry walked out. The leader was an old man in a white robe. One could see that there was a crystal-clear horn on the old man's forehead. Li Changsheng finally understood that the all-shaped magic weapon that was cut into pieces just now should be similar to the horn on the old man's head. "The sorcerer has appeared." After the old man appeared, there was a burst of cheers on the city wall. It was obvious that the old man had a high status in this city. Although these people spoke in a gibberish, Li Changsheng could understand them. Although the language was different, the idea was the same. With Li Changsheng's realm, he could quickly master a language just by listening to the other party's pronunciation. "I just want to find trouble with the Pope. You should be a race that has been passed down from ancient times. We have no enmity," Li Changsheng said. The sorcerer said in a cold voice, "You killed my only granddaughter. I will kill you." "Your granddaughter?" Just as Li Changsheng was puzzled, he saw the old man tear his white robe apart. 12 crystal-clear wings appeared on his back. "That angel girl with wings is your granddaughter." Li Changsheng finally understood. What surprised him even more was that this old man was the legendary 12-winged angel. It seemed that they were really the gods that the Westerners talked about. "God-slaying demon, today I will send you to hell with my own hands." The old man put his hands together and a terrifying and vast aura emanated from his body, rushing towards Li Changsheng. This was a secret art that used the power of faith to cultivate and was very powerful. When the old man's aura reached its peak, he saw a sea of telekinesis covering Li Changsheng. That seemingly pure and flawless thing fell on Li Changsheng's body, but it wanted to disintegrate his body and make him disappear from the world. The cultivation method of telekinesis is indeed unique. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "It's a pity that your cultivation level is too low." As soon as he finished speaking, a small golden sword flew out from between his eyebrows like a small boat, breaking through the sea of telekinesis and piercing into the old man's head. In the next moment, the old man let out a shrill scream and fell straight to the ground. His spirit had been destroyed by Li Changsheng's sword. "The sorcerer is dead." Countless exclamations were heard in the city. This sorcerer had a supreme status in the city and was also the clan leader of this clan. "I didn't expect him to die so quickly." Taoist Jinyang was also secretly shocked. The pure telekinesis released by the sorcerer just now had affected them and reduced their cultivation. They knew how terrifying this sorcerer was, but now he had died at the hands of Li Changsheng. Mr. Li is indeed an invincible expert. It's bad luck for these birds to encounter him. Chapter 978. Li Changsheng and the others walked towards the city gate in a majestic manner. At this time, there were dozens of knights in front of them. In response, Li Changsheng just used his sword. Under the sword light, more than 50 knights were all turned into a rain of blood. His coming in. Someone was trembling. How terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying person in the age of chaos? The sorcerer is dead. Who can stop him? Watching Li Changsheng walk into the ancient city, Li Changsheng saw many ancient runes and murals on the walls. They were engraved with ancient myths, many of which coincided with the myths of the East. In fact, the so-called Western god tribe was just a few gods and demons who fled to the West during the turbulent dark ages of ancient times and passed down their descendants. "Li Changsheng, you've gone too far." At this time, an old voice was heard. An old man wearing a crown and a long robe appeared in the middle of the road. Behind him, there were neat rows of dragon knights. "You're the Pope." Li Changsheng recognized him. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Li Changsheng sensed that the Pope was at most in the Earth celestial stage. He was not a threat to him. Is that so? The Pope smiled slightly. Behind him, a monster with 8 arms appeared. The moment the monster appeared, everyone in the city knelt on the ground. Even the Pope prostrated himself. This was a real god and demon. The purest god and demon blood flowed in his body. Li Changsheng could even feel the powerful aura in his body, which was like a surging river. The 9 transformations of gods and demons began to operate automatically. Li Changsheng's 9 transformations of gods and demons was created by referring to the body-refining methods of the ancient gods and demons. At this moment, he saw a real god and demon blood. Kill him and take his blood. A voice kept ringing in Li Changsheng's mind. Even his blood was boiling. How dare you slaughter my people? You're courting death. The 8-armed monster said coldly. It's the godly ancestor. The godly ancestor is here. Greetings, divine lord. Everyone in the city was moved to tears. It was a very orthodox fiend god bloodline. Although this fiend god definitely did not survive from ancient times, it had definitely lived for thousands of years. If it really was a fiend god bloodline that had survived from ancient times, then even Li Changsheng would have to retreat. I actually met a true fiend god in the age of chaos. Perhaps his body will allow my fiend god indestructible body to reach a higher level. Li Changsheng found it hard to calm down. I'll use your blood to forge my supreme demon god body. Li Changsheng, who had been calm the entire time, felt the blood in his body boil. As for the demon god, who was originally high up in the air, he was a little surprised when he sensed the aura that erupted from Li Changsheng's body. Could it be that you also have the fiend god bloodline? No. You're obviously just an ordinary human, but you're actually evolving into a god-devil body? How is that possible? No. It's still not right. You want to gather the great success of the ancient fiend god bloodline. What a terrifying technique. Just who created this technique? The demon god could no longer remain calm and screamed. But the demon god did not personally attack. The dragon knights had already charged at Li Changsheng, and rays of light filled with killing intent instantly enveloped Li Changsheng. Dragon knights are the faithful servants of God. Any existence that provokes God will be destroyed. The Pope stood beside the demon god and loudly declared, "We'll definitely kill this demon god this time." Countless people were silently chanting. One could see the power of faith fusing into the dragon knights' bodies. Li Changsheng discovered that the 8-armed demon god did not have the slightest trace of the power of faith. Aren't these god race descendants his subjects? How come their techniques are completely different from this demon god's? While he was thinking, the dragon knights had already charged over. But Li Changsheng did not move at all. The 3,000 blood shadow clones rushed out and instantly devoured the dragon knights, leaving not even a trace behind. How is this possible? The dragon knights are all dead. What is that thing? He's a demon, a demon. Even the Pope's expression changed. Make your move. Li Changsheng looked at the 8-armed demon god. Only this demon god could arouse his desire to fight. Li Changsheng stared fixedly at the demon god. He could see that the demon god's 8 arms were holding 8 weapons. There was a single horn on his forehead. Moreover, this demon god had definitely reached the true immortal realm and was 10 times more terrifying than an ordinary true immortal. Your flesh and blood must be delicious. The demon god licked his lips, his eyes filled with brutality. I think your blood is also delicious. Li Changsheng blurted out. Ever since he saw this demon god, he had an impulse to devour and refine him. Damn it. You're actually eyeing my flesh and blood. The demon god seemed to be enraged. Lowly human, you were nothing but food for my race in the ancient times. The demon god let out a furious roar. Lightning flashed on the horn on his forehead. He cut through the void and chopped down on Li Changsheng's head. Li Changsheng did not block it at all. He allowed the lightning to enter his body and disappear without a trace. Lightning is a delicacy to me. Li Changsheng sneered, raised his fist, and charged at the demon god. His 9 transformations of the celestial demon specialized in cultivating the physical body. He wanted to see who was stronger compared to a real demon god. "You're courting death." The demon god let out a cold snort. He held a huge axe on one of his arms and chopped down on Li Changsheng. The huge axe was flowing with a terrifying aura. When it chopped down, it shattered the void and created a fierce wind. Li Changsheng used his fist to meet the huge axe. At the same time, he rushed in front of the demon god and smashed down. Bam! Bam! When the fist smashed into the demon god's body, the terrifying power caused the ground under his feet to crack. The demon god was actually forced back 3 steps by Li Changsheng. He let out a cry of disbelief. "How can your physical body be so strong?" One could see that the place where Li Changsheng's fist smashed had caved in. After this punch, Li Changsheng finally had some confidence. The demon god's physical body was indeed strong, but not to the point where it was impossible to deal with. His physical body seemed to be stronger than the demon god's. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon could only be considered an imitation. However, after 99 reincarnations, this imitation had surpassed the demon god in front of him. The demon god finally began to take Li Changsheng seriously. His 8 arms danced as he stomped on the ground, creating terrifying vibrations. He charged at Li Changsheng. Chapter 979. The Fiend Celestial stomped on the ground. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground, which was filled with cracks. When he charged at Li Changsheng, the terrifying power on his body caused the entire city to tremble. "Go to hell," the Fiend Celestial said coldly. He was shrouded in a terrifying aura. "I want to see how strong the descendant of the Fiend Celestial is." Li Changsheng was still able to remain calm. He held the heavenly halberd he obtained from the Earth Terminus Yin Meridian in his hand. This heavenly halberd was the weapon of the Azura tribe, and the Azura tribe was one of the ancient Fiend Celestials. His intuition told him that the heavenly halberd might be the best weapon to deal with this Fiend Celestial. Rumble. The Fiend Celestial was already in front of Li Changsheng at this moment. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if a mountain was moving over. "Break it!" Li Changsheng also shouted. His blood and chi burned like a furnace, making a sound like a rushing river. The black heavenly halberd in his hand smashed forward. At this moment, he also used all his strength without holding back. He wanted to split the Fiend Celestial in front of him. Clang! Clang! The Fiend Celestial waved his 8 arms, and the 8 weapons collided with the heavenly halberd. The sound of metal clashing shook the sky, and the surrounding void collapsed. The sky shook, and the bluestone under his feet turned into dust. The ground was sinking. Daoist Jinyang and the others, including the Pope, quickly retreated. The aftermath of such a battle was enough to destroy an Earth immortal. Bang! Bang! Facing Li Changsheng's terrifying attack, the Fiend Celestial didn't retreat at all. This was the true body of the Fiend Celestial, and also the only existence Li Changsheng had met that could fight against him physically. Rumble. The entire holy city began to collapse under the powerful tremors. The tall city gate had been reduced to rubble. Everyone revealed looks of horror. They were shocked that Li Changsheng was actually able to fight their ancestral god to a standstill. Li Changsheng looked serious. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to the opponent's body. This was definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Although the primordial Fiend Celestial was at the true immortal stage, he could probably suppress heavenly immortals. Daoist Jinyang had lived for thousands of years and knew many secrets. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. Fiend Celestial bodies were unparalleled in the world and were innately countless times stronger than humans. With just a set of body-refining cultivation method, you can actually make your little human body comparable to my primordial Fiend Celestial clan. If I use it for cultivation, won't I be even stronger? This will be your gift to me. The demon god revealed an excited look. Li Changsheng's face was as gloomy as still water. The immemorial demonic gods had dominated the world and had unparalleled physical bodies. They were indeed very powerful. In comparison, the physical body forged from the 9 transformations of celestial demons was an imitation. It was equivalent to a replica. But now, the quality of his replica had to surpass the original. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. They knew that Li Changsheng's cultivation method had made his physical body infinitely close to that of the primordial demon god. No wonder he was invincible. Li Changsheng clenched the halberd in his hand, his eyes filled with the flames of war. The Fangtian halberd struck the ground, sending sparks flying in all directions. He stared at his opponent coldly. So what if you're the descendant of the primordial demon god? Today, I'll bathe in your blood and create the strongest physical body in the world. Li Changsheng said arrogantly. Boom. The fiend celestial attacked again. He waved his 8 arms and rushed towards Li Changsheng with an invincible domineering aura. The earth trembled as he stepped on the ground with a terrifying aura. Open! Li Changsheng roared. He raised the Fangtian halberd high above his head and a dazzling light shot up into the sky, shaking the void. This was definitely a peerless battle. Li Changsheng's Fangtian halberd and the Fian Celestial's weapon met in the sky and the violent energy shook the 9 heavens. Boom! The terrifying energy swept in all directions and the void cracked, turning into endless chaotic chi and blood that stirred the world. It was as if Mars had collided with Earth. This terrifying combat strength made the spectators retreat again. They were all shocked. Such an apocalyptic battle had only been seen in myths and legends. The descendant of an ancient fiend celestial against a human genius. Everyone clenched their fists. Today, one of them was destined to fall. Boom, 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 boom. Li Changsheng's Fangtian halberd smashed down continuously. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. The 8 weapons in the Fiend Celestial's hand were smashed into sparks. Behind the Fiend Celestial, a huge crack like an abyss appeared, leading straight to the depths of the earth. This was the result of him removing Li Changsheng's power. Bang! Finally, the two of them separated after a head-on collision. One could see that Li Changsheng's hand was bleeding, and the Fiend Celestial's 8 arms were also stained with blood. Could it be that Li Changsheng's physical body is stronger than the Fiend Celestial's? Many people were surprised. This was because the Fiend Celestial's 8 arms were bleeding, but Li Changsheng was only bleeding from his hand. However, they soon discovered something strange. There was blood dripping from Li Changsheng's chest. It was a ghastly wound. It seemed that Li Changsheng was still slightly inferior. Shangguan Shui and the others were already worried. The Pope and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Changsheng survived this battle, the Roman Curia would be wiped off the face of the world. Boom! Boom! The Fiend Celestial took the initiative to attack this time. 8 weapons with terrifying power rushed over. Everywhere they passed, the earth trembled, and the void was completely shattered. He had been defending before. This time, he wanted to take advantage of Li Changsheng's exhaustion to completely kill Li Changsheng. Come on! Li Changsheng shouted. The aura all over his body shot up into the sky. His whole body was wrapped in divine light, and the void was shattered. He raised the Fangtian halberd in his hand and slashed directly. There was no need for words. The real deal was in the hands. Boom! The Fangtian halberd collapsed the void, and the murderous aura raged. The surrounding void was turned into chaos. The sun and moon lost their light, and the world fell. The Fiend Celestial did not slow down. The 8 weapons came at the same time, and he was a killing machine. In the sky, all kinds of energy surged. The weapons of the 2 sides intertwined, and circles of ripples swept out. Both sides pushed their power to the maximum. When they collided, the whole world was about to collapse. The chaotic aura surged as if the world was about to be reopened. The power of the 2 was too strong, and the world was somewhat unable to withstand it. This world had a flaw to begin with. That was why the heavenly path formed by the world's rules automatically suppressed the realm of this world. Too strong a power could destroy this world. At this moment, the battle between the 2 had obviously exceeded the range that this world could withstand. Boom! The power of rules manifested in the sky, continuously dissolving the energy that was released by the 2. It was fortunate that only the 2 of them were fighting. If there were 8 or 10 of them at the same level, the whole world would probably be destroyed. This was a world-shaking battle. Even Li Changsheng was bathed in blood, and the descendant of the Fiend Celestial was not much better off. The surrounding people were all frightened. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times in an instant. The ancient Fiend Celestial carried the mountains and the moon, and the Dark Ages destroyed the world. Chapter 980. It was a fierce battle. Li Changsheng, who had been tempered by the thunder tribulations of 99 lives, was also covered in blood. As a descendant of the ancient Fiend Celestial, the 8-armed Fiend Celestial was also vomiting blood. Both of them were severely injured and their bodies were damaged. It was a clash of the strongest physical strength. Li Changsheng held the sky halberd in his hand tightly. This weapon was very magical. Although it couldn't perform any magic, it was extremely sturdy. The 8-armed Fiend Celestial's 8 weapons could barely block it. Rumble. The 8 arms of the 8-armed Fiend Celestial waved, and the 8 weapons merged into one in the air, turning into a long saber that suppressed the world. At the same time, the 8 arms of the 8-armed Fiend Celestial turned into 2, and he turned into a handsome man with fluttering black hair and cold eyes. As soon as the long saber appeared, the world changed color. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The opponent's body became much smaller, but it seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation. Every move of his contained the power of heaven. Born Taoism aptitude. Li Changsheng's eyes were solemn. He didn't expect this Fiend Celestial to not only have terrifying physical strength, but also have a carnate Taoism aptitude. However, thinking about it, Li Changsheng suddenly understood. Fiend Celestials were born at the beginning of the world. As a descendant of a Fiend Celestial, it was not strange for him to have a born Taoism aptitude. However, Li Changsheng knew that this battle was destined to become difficult. Boom! The sky halberd smashed out. Li Changsheng chose to attack first. It was a terrifying scene. The extremely sharp sky halberd and the saber met in the air. Li Changsheng was bleeding from the impact. Terrifying energy waves kept gathering as the black sky halberd and the silver saber collided continuously. Clang! Clang! This time, Li Changsheng was sent flying. His body was swept by the saber aura, which cut from his chest to his lower abdomen. Blood was dripping, and he was almost split in half. The black-haired Fiend Celestial was full of vitality. The saber aura was released, and there were surging saber auras everywhere. The opponent obviously didn't intend to give Li Changsheng a chance to breathe. This Fiend Celestial is getting stronger. I'm afraid Mr. Li is in danger. Taoist Jinyang said worriedly. Yeah. Even from such a distance, such a sharp saber light was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Bai Shu from Kind Boathouse was also worried. Changsheng will definitely win. Shangguan Shui clenched her fists and stared at the field, her heart in her throat. On the other hand, the Pope and the others were full of excitement. The God Ancestor showed up and suppressed Li Changsheng, dispelling the haze in their hearts. Die! The demonic god let out a loud roar. The blade light turned into 1,000 Zhonglong, shaking the heavens as if it was going to destroy the entire world. It was extremely terrifying. Good timing. Li Changsheng also brandished his Fangtian halberd. He knew that this was not the time to retreat. He could only fight. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The sun and moon lost their light, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The entire ancient city had been reduced to ruins under the power of the attack. The surrounding mountains were collapsing and the waves on the sea were surging up to the sky. The world was in chaos. Day and night were unknown. It was like the end of the world. This was the real battle of the gods. The battle between the two of them could definitely be recorded in the history books. The black-haired demonic god's blade light was sharp. Every time he swung his blade, it would cover an area of dozens of miles. He roared like an angry beast. His strength was truly capable of carrying mountains and chasing the moon, moving mountains and filling seas. Li Changsheng was not at a disadvantage. The Fangtian halberd in his hand swept in all directions. Every move was invincible. To compete with the demonic god in terms of physical strength, it was as if he had to reopen the world. The black-haired demonic god used an ancient blade technique. It was extremely domineering and exquisite. Every slash carried the power of heaven and earth. Li Changsheng suddenly had an idea. He also used the set of martial arts that he had learned in the tomb. Under the Fangtian halberd, there were many halberd shadows. They passed through the gaps of the blade light and struck the demonic god's head, leaving a bloody mark between his eyebrows. It was as if the eye of heaven had opened on his forehead. If the demonic god had not dodged in time, his head would have been split open. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." The black-haired demonic god was completely enraged. "Bring it on." The descendant of the primordial demonic gods is nothing more than this. Li Changsheng's voice was cold. In such a great battle, he had honed an invincible will. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. The two of them fought crazily. They exchanged blows, trying to kill each other at all costs. Bang! Li Changsheng's arm was struck. His bones were almost severed. The Fangtian halberd flew out of his hand. However, his flesh and blood regenerated almost instantly. He reached out and grabbed the end of the Fangtian halberd. He swept it forward, sending the incoming blade flying. At the same time, he punched the black-haired demonic god's chest, causing his chest to cave in. He was like a savage, violent and savage. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. At this point in the battle, the two of them were already covered in wounds. However, they became even more savage. Roar! The black-haired demonic god roared at the sky. A strong wind rose out of nowhere, causing his black hair to dance in the wind. "Puny human, I'm going to tear you apart with my own hands." This was an extremely ancient martial technique. The long blade once again slashed down at Li Changsheng. This time, it was extremely slow. However, Li Changsheng's body tensed up. A sense of horror rose in his heart. This blade could be said to have condensed the great Tao of the world. It was the demonic god's true killing move. In this blade beam, Li Changsheng saw an ancient painting. The primordial demonic gods were born from the chaos. They forged an unparalleled body and dominated the ancient times. Humans were like pigs and sheep. They could kill and devour them at will. They dominated the world and were the only ones. Li Changsheng also saw that when the demonic god was born, his parents were long gone. He was born with the strength of an earth immortal. Countless people in the West worshipped him as a supreme god. He received the inheritance of his ancestors in his blood. A large blade was split into 8 weapons. In this move, Li Changsheng almost understood the entire life of the demonic god. The bloodline of the god and devil clan had long been impure, and he was the last king of this clan because his parents used a great divine ability to seal him until now. Li Changsheng also saw a white figure pass down the method of gathering psychokinesis. Who is that white figure? Boom! The sky collapsed and the universe trembled. The blade slashed down horizontally. The divine ancestor is showing his power. This demon from the east will definitely die. Watch out! When the long blade fell, Shangguan Shui and the others exclaimed. The people from the west were very excited. However, in the next moment, an ancient sword blocked the blade beam. It was the Tian Du sword. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally chose to use all his trump cards. Behind Li Changsheng, the bloody figure of a demonic god appeared. It gradually solidified, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, and stood between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng's body continued to fly up. In the end, he sat on the head of the demon god, and a blood-red sword flew out. It was the evil sword that he had obtained from killing Yamata Orokai. The ancient stone seal became the size of a mountain and floated in the sky. It was a treasure that he had obtained from the Zhenwu relic. There was also a broken stone furnace. There was also the Black Demon Mountain, the soul-gathering banner, the scorching dragon spear, and the mountain river ruler. You have been hiding your strength all this time? The black-haired demonic god stared at Li Changsheng. That's right. Li Changsheng sat on the head of the demonic god with the sky halberd in his hand. He looked like a god of war. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he hide his strength in the battle with the divine ancestor? The Westerners were so angry that they cried out, and at the same time, they were shocked. The black-haired demonic god's eyes were full of killing intent. He felt humiliated. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.